Hello all, my name is Jagrati Paushe and I'm a certified data science and analytics coach working at Imarticus Learning. Today we are going to understand Excel, that what are the basics of Excel, right from going from basics to advanced, and also implementing certain AI related approaches into Excel. So let's begin with what is Excel and how could we implement it into the field of data. So let's begin with understanding Excel. So first of all, let's understand the agenda for the day. Now, what are we going to understand with respect to Excel? That the very first thing we are going to understand is what is Excel. The second is how does industry uses Excel. The third would be advantages of Excel. Then features of Excel, that why Excel is one of the prominent tool which is used in the industry. Then few terminologies which are associated with Excel. Then importing the data. Now we'll understand the very basics of importing data and then eventually go in the advancement of the same. Then what is the data formatting, which we have already been known with, but let's understand more about it. Now, then we will be performing certain basic calculations with respect to Excel functions. Then let's understand what is sorting, filtering, and other few data related operations for the same. Now, before proceeding with what is Excel, or before going to deep dive of the topic of Excel, I want you to make sure that whenever you are understanding any topic, we always try to understand the topic with three important questions, or we can call it as the three important WH questions, which every topic is related with. So, with respect to Excel, also, I'll try to make you understand the three important WH questions. The very first is what is Excel? Now, let's say today I'm going to use Excel. Someone is telling me that this is an Excel data and let's try to implement some data analysis. But first, I need to know that what is Excel and why I'm using this tool in the market, or why this tool is going to be helpful for me in terms of making information or making decisions or deriving something with data. So, when I talk upon what is Excel, when this question comes, when people say that it's an application tool, yeah, it's correct. But a formal definition of what is Excel is it's a spreadsheet application. Now, what do you understand by something called a spreadsheet? Spreadsheet is nothing but a 2D grids of data. Now, what are 2D grids? When the data is stored in rows and columns, when the data is organized into rows and columns, that is known as a 2D grid data. And we are very familiar that when we store data in Excel, the format which Excel accepts is nothing but a 2D grid data. So, Excel is nothing but a spreadsheet application, that is a 2D grids of data, which helps me to organize my data, manage my data, analyze my data, and make certain decisions from the same. So, if I talk upon what is Excel over here, so Excel is a product of Microsoft Office. Now we all are familiar with the products which are available from Microsoft Office. They are definitely Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Word Doc, and many more things. So similarly, Excel is one of its product or one of its family member, which is helpful for us in terms of analysis of data and organizing the data for the same. So as said over here, that Microsoft Excel is a Microsoft Office product used to work upon electronic spreadsheets. Now, what is the meaning of electronic spreadsheets? We understood that what is a spreadsheet, that it's a 2D grid of data. But what is an electronic spreadsheet? Electronic spreadsheet is something which is stored within your systems. It's not something which is a hard copy of values or data. It's something which is electronically stored. Now, when do we call something as electronically stored? That this is available into my systems, into my laptops, into my applications, or it's a software which is available to me. So it's a software application used to store, organize, and analyze the data for the same. Now, when do you think so? Excel was invented. It was not 100 years ago, 1000 years ago. It just was invented around 1985. And ever since then, this tool has become the primary approach of going and handling data. If something related to data comes into consideration, the first name comes into everyone's mind is nothing but Excel. So let's understand that why this Excel. is one of the tool which is now used into data, and why there was a need of creating something called as Excel. So if I want to talk upon that, initially data was stored from right from 50 years ago, 100 years ago, there was nothing related to Excel available into market, but still the data was available and still the data was stored. But how they used to store? If you remember, then when you go into certain offices, when you go into certain stores, they used to store our data manually into certain registers or certain files or certain sheets. So they used to store in terms of rows and columns itself in order to organize them correctly. But major problems which came when they were handling the data manually, the very first problem was the data was too huge to be loaded manually. The second was calculations. Calculating a very huge data become a lot of complicated. And the third would be filtering it out. If I want to filter it out based on certain conditions, criteria, or I want to find out a certain element from the data, these were the three major challenges which were faced when the data was manually being loaded. So people thought that we are into a system where internets are available to everyone, where computers are available to everyone. Why not create something which is dynamically helping us to solve all those challenges? So that's when the first spreadsheet tool came into picture. Now it's not Excel. The first spreadsheet tool which came into picture was known as VisiCalc, known as Visible Calculator particularly. Now, what's Visible Calculator? Visible Calculator is purely dependent upon a spreadsheet operation just for the calculation bit, where a calculation used to take 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or an hours of time, which was happening with the help of physical within fraction of seconds, with the help of certain drags and drops, which we now use into Excel. So the first spreadsheet application which came into picture was nothing but VisiCalc, also known as Visible Calculator, just for calculations. But people didn't want it to be limited with respect to only calculations. So they thought of, let's move beyond calculations and let's create something different. That's when Microsoft thought, let's create something which will handle the data, process the data with the help of calculations as a component. So they created Lotus. Lotus as a software was also helpful in terms of management of data and organization of data. But it was only available for Microsoft systems or MS Office. It was not available for Mac users, and Mac users were particularly available at that particular instance. So, for them, handling data, organizing data, and doing those calculations were a bit complicated. So, Microsoft thought of creating a product just for Microsoft users, which is fast in processing and does calculations very quickly within fraction of seconds. So that's when, in the year 1985, the foundation of Excel and the first version of Excel came into market. It was particularly for Mac users, that Mac users were using that for data analysis, organization, and its calculation. But if I say people started gain Excel started gaining popularity once Mac users started using it, because it was fast in terms of processing as compared to Lotus. It was quickly doing the task which were taking lots of time in other software systems. So Excel within a short span of time became popular. And then later, Windows also felt a need of creating Excel like applications. So certain changes and user interfaces modifications were made, and Excel was first released for Windows users in the year 1987. So that was a deep history behind how Excel got invented, right from storing the data manually to making those calculations dynamically. Excel has been one of the tools which is helpful for doing those things. So this was just about why the Excel was invented and why do you need Excel as a tool. So I hope this is clear with everyone. So here we understood Amongst the three major questions that what is Excel and why to use Excel or why Excel was invented in the market. Now let's see how does Excel comes into picture with respect to different industrial use cases as well as its various application and what are certain features of Excel which makes it as an extraordinary tool to handle and work with data. So if I want to talk upon the industry uses of Microsoft Excel, so the very first use is data entry and storage. As you know that storing is something or organizing data is something which needs to be maintained properly and entry of data into its proper manner and efficient manner makes the data analysis better. So data entry and storage makes this tool as one of the good tool to do and handle the data upon. The next is collection and verification of business data. Now I can collect data from several sources which are available in market, right from a text file to CSV or go to different data models or databases where the data is being stored. And I can fetch it data and get it into my Excel. Now, why fetching data from different sources is useful and how does it helps and impacts the businesses? Now, let's say a company comes to me and they have a CSV file where the data is available and they want me to analyze the data, generate certain reports, and share me certain analysis for the same. Definitely, I first need to load the data. So in order to load the data, I can first understand the extension of the data and then load it accordingly and then verify and modify according to the business standards. Which means if there are any complicated null values, I can remove it off. If there are any changes to be required within the data, I can make those changes and then generate it for proper reporting and analysis. So, collection and verification of business data is used. Then comes data analysis and interpretation. As said, Excel is one of the tool which is primarily used for data analysis. Now, what is data analysis? Collection, organization, analysis, interpretation, and decision making with respect to data. And all the businesses now are being prominently working with data. So, analyzing it and deriving certain relevant interpretations for the same has been very impactful in terms of giving fuel to certain businesses, right from gaining profits to understanding why the losses were coming into picture. So data analysis and interpretation of it has been one of the primary application why Excel is being used over there. Then performing calculation. As said, this is a tool which was created with respect to taking faster processing, doing the calculations which were taking lots of time into fraction of seconds. So calculations and its proper analysis would be done very efficiently into our Excel accounts and budgeting. Now, it's not only related to data science or data analytics, but Excel as a tool has now been prominently available in all fields. Now you know that when some accounts needs to be managed, handled, or balance sheets needs to be created, they do create it into Excel as a tool to maintain it and organize it properly. Report generation. Now, there could be lump sum of data available to me, but understanding and analyzing each row becomes quite difficult. So, we can generate certain summarizations of the data and create reports for the same in order to showcase some relevant outcomes or trends or patterns which are being followed within the data. Automative repetitive task. Now, what is automative repetitive task? Let's say I want to repeat certain actions, certain instructions, certain codes, or certain operations n number of times. We do have an approach of something called as macros or recorded measures, which we can take, which will automate our task and repeatedly allow us to implement without explicitly doing it every time. So calendars and scheduling. Excel does helps in terms of scheduling the calendars as well as scheduling the data as per the changes which are happening within the values. So calendars and scheduling is one of the thing where Excel could be a part. Now data visualization. As you know, numbers is something which everyone will get bored after a particular instance. That numbers needs to be visualized into certain graphical reports because image helps us to understand data and values in a better sense, where we can track the trends, understand the patterns, and analyze the ongoing analysis or ongoing changes which are happening within the data. Then comes data forecasting. Now we can forecast the future values or the future trends which are being followed within the data to make sure that what could be the future possibilities of these values. So data forecasting is also one of the thing where Excel could be a primarily used case. So we understood that how Excel over here can be implemented in several fields into market in order to do certain tasks related with data. Now, after understanding that what is Excel, why do we use Excel, or why Excel was invented as a tool, and how it is being profitable part or how it is being useful in terms of the business standard. So let's understand what are certain advantages of Excel as a tool. So if I want to talk upon advantages, the very first advantage is easy to store data. Now, as said, MS Excel, Microsoft Excel is widely used to save data or to analyze data. Means I can save data according to however I want, how many rows and how many columns I want to split the data into, and analyze it for my further analysis. Filtering information is easy and convenient. I can filter the data very easily into Excel without taking lots of manual approaches. Now, the next thing which we can talk upon is easy to recover data. Now, as said, Excel as a tool was inspired when the data was stored into pen and paper. They don't want that pen and paper wala approach. They want something which is dynamic. They want something which is profitable, and they want something which is actually helpful, where even if the papers are lost, the data is still retained with us. So easy to recover data is if the information is written on a piece of paper, finding it may take longer. Filtering it may take lots of time. However, calculations can also be complicated with the same. So this is not the case with Excel spreadsheet. Finding and recovering data is very easy into Excel. Now, application of mathematical functions or mathematical formulas. Now, what is the meaning of mathematical functions and formulas? Now, as said, calculations are very easy into Excel. So, calculations should be efficient as well as quick, which we cannot do it with a manual approach. So, doing calculation has become easier and less time consuming with the formulas option in MS Excel. Now, what is the meaning of more secure? Now, you can secure your spreadsheets which you have created with certain password or security option, or give certain restrictions into the sheet which you have created. So your data seems to be secured over here, which was not into a manual approach when the data was manually being stored. So this spreadsheet can be password secured in a laptop or a personal computer, and the probability of losing them is way lesser compared to data written in registers or a piece of paper. Now, data at one place. Now, initially, when the registers were keeping the storage of the data or management of the data was stored in multiple sheets, in multiple registers. I can store in multiple sheets here as well, where the sheets are way more accessible, and I can connect both the sheets together or multiple sheets together in order to generate or fetch certain data from the same. Now, neater and cleaner visibility of information. When the data is stored in Excel, it's in table format. And table format is the traditional way of storing data, which gives a very structured format of the data, and the data is known as organized data. Now, organized data is a cleaner data where I can adjust the width, height into Excel and load it accordingly so that it is represented effectively. So when the data is saved in the form of table, analyzing it becomes way more easier. There's information in a spreadsheet that is more readable and more understandable. So this has certain advantages of Excel, which makes Excel as a good tool to work upon. Now, there would be certain features of Excels which are available to us. So what are certain features of MS Excel? Now, as you can see my screen, there is an image which states and which helps us to understand the layout or the user interface of the Excel, where there are certain small options or groups which are available to us in terms of doing tasks. And there are certain button like tabs which are available to us in terms of selecting what operation do I want to do with respect to Excel. So as you can see on screen that there's a home tab, there's an insert, there's a page layout, and we can also see there is a formula tab, data tab, review tab, view tab into our Excel. Now, let's understand this with actually seeing what is Excel over here. Now, I'll go and open Excel as a tool with me. So, as I said, that Excel as a tool is an application. Now, what is the meaning of application? It's available into my software, into my laptops, into my personal computers in order to access. It's an application, it's an app which is available to me. So, you can go into the search bar and type in Excel, where you'll get that Excel would be available to us. And you can see it's an application which is mentioned over here. This kind of applications which are only available into your softwares but not somewhere other, these are known as standalone applications. Now what do you understand by something called as standalone applications? Now standalone applications are something which is just available into your systems but nowhere other. Now how this is possible is, let's say today I have my laptop, I've created some Excel file and I've kept it into my laptop, and I'm traveling somewhere, but I want to access my file. The file is available into my laptop. I cannot access it somewhere from outside because the laptop is not available to me. I can only access the files when my laptop is available to me because it's being stored over there. The meaning of standalone applications are that they are only standing alone into your system. They are nowhere shared within different systems. That is the meaning of standalone application. And Excel is one of the standalone applications which is available to us. Now, what kind of applications are not standalone? If you all remember that we have something called as Google Sheets. Now, Google Sheets is something which is in the cloud of Google or Google system or Google Cloud Storage, where I can access this at any instant of time or from any system or any device if I have my login credentials with me for Google. So that's not a standalone application. That is a cloud-based application from where I can access my data from anywhere or from any system which I have. So Excel over here is one of the standalone applications which we have. Now, let me open it. So I've opened this Excel and this is a tab which has opened to us. This is what the home page of Excel looks like for us. Now, if you see, this is a blank workbook option. As said, workbook is helpful for us in terms of keeping the data, analysis of it, and creating multiple sheets of data in terms of doing multiple related operations. Now, why it is named as workbook? You remember Excel has inspired from registers, which is nothing but a book where the data is being stored. So similarly, when the data is stored in Excel into our systems, that file is known as a workbook because there is lots of work going on. Into one book, there are multiple sheets available. Now, if you see, there are certain more options available. In order to just give you a gist of what is an Excel as an application, for a familiarity purpose, let's say if you are new to Excel and you want to understand the user guide of what is Excel, how to go to different tabs, and what are the different tabs used for, or certain basic operations which we can follow. So here are certain guidelines, or I can call it as a manual, which I can use in terms of understanding how Excel can be used in order to do certain operations. Now, welcome to Excel formula tutorial part, Power Query tutorial, and you can see pivot table tutorials. So if this tutorials needs to be available to me, if I don't know how to access the Excel, I would be able to do it from you. Now, you can see the recents available to me over here. These are certain recent files which were used by me. So this recent files would be available to me in terms of accessing it or using it directly from here. I can pin certain files. So let's say I'll pin this file over here. And this is pin. And when you go on this option, you'll see this file because it is being pinned. pinned, so it's an important file which I want to be at its top priority, so I've kept it pinned. But I can unpin it as well. So let's go over here. I can see there are different files, and if any file is shared with me. So if I have Microsoft 365, definitely there will be shared access which is given to me. So if anything is shared, would be available to me. But as of now, there is nothing shared with me, so no files are available over here. So let's go into recent and let's go into the blank workbook and open it off. So if you can see on the screen, what it is visible that it's a user interface. Now it's a user interface. When a user comes and explore this Excel, what kind of options are available for a user to work upon are being shown over here. So let me quickly help you understand that what are the options which are available to us in terms of working with data, and then let's get started. So if you see this small button-like operations which are available to us, these are known as tabs. And when I click on each one of them, this tab is being changing. Now, what does it mean? It's that each tab has different operation to be proceeded with. So if I go on Home tab, you can see a horizontal bar which was available. So this horizontal bar which is changing for each tab is nothing but a ribbon. Now what is a ribbon? Ribbon is something which will have lots of operations to be associated and managed with that tab. So in this home tab, you can see there are ribbons and there are certain sections which are available into our ribbons. These sections are nothing but ribbon groups. What is the meaning of ribbon groups over here? That each ribbon is accessing certain sections of data, such as if you see this group name is clipboard. So clipboard related operations are handled over here. This group name is font. So font related operations are handled over here. And then there is something called as alignment and so on. So you can see each group has small sections or icons available to them. And these icons are nothing but controls. Because each ribbon group is helping to control some or the other action, which we can do with respect to Excel. So the small actions are known as ribbon controls, which are helpful for us in terms of controlling the task and data or work to be associated with them. So if I go on each ribbon tab or each tab, you can see this groups as well as the control seems to be changing because each tab is associated with some different operations. So if I go on home tab, all the operations available to me would be related to formatting, handling, or deleting, inserting a sheet, sorting, filterings, and so on. If I'm going to insert will allow me to create tables according to the Excel standards, generate pivot tables, recommend pivot tables, insert certain charts, slicers, text box, and so on. Then we have something related to layout. This layout as a tab helps me to understand how I can change the layout of my Excel workbook or the sheets which I have created. Then there is something called as formula tab, a tab which is associated with all the formulas and the calculation related operations which are there. Then there is a data tab, which is helpful for me in terms of doing data related operations. That is right from fetching data from different sources to refreshing it, making connections, and then sorting, filtering, converting text to columns, as well as implementing certain data validation approaches, grouping them, and also forecasting certain options. Then review. Review helps me to review the data which is stored within it. I can also add or protect my sheets or workbook from here. Now there is a view option that how the view of my Excel I would like to have. Do I want to have grid lines? If I don't want to have, I can uncheck it. If I want to have a formula bar, if I don't want to have it, I can uncheck it. I want a page break. That what is a page break is when the page ends and the next page starts. A page break would be available to me. There is a page layout available to me. So if I don't want it, it's fine that I can undo the task. And there are certain options of zoom in, zoom out, arranging them, freezing them, and so on. So developer tab, as most of you will not have developer tab at the very beginning, but we eventually add when we start working with something called as macros. Now, macros are recorded processes, or we also call it as a development phase of something called as Excel. And then there is a help tab which will help us in order to contact to community or give certain feedbacks or understand the blogs which are related to Excel and so on. So these are certain tabs which are available to us in terms of handling Excel. Now, if you see, not only the tabs, these tabs are changeable. But when I go to file tab, this is something different which is coming to us, where I can do operations related to files. That is, I can go to home, I can generate a new file, I can open different files, I can share these files, add different add-ins, get the info, save as, print options, and many more are available. Eventually, when we proceed further, we will be understanding the same as we understood the tabs which were available to us. If you can see, apart from tabs, there are different more options available. If you go on the corner over here, there is an option related to saving, undo, redo, and this is known as a toolbar. And this toolbar is known as a quick access toolbar available to us. Now, what is quick access? If I don't want to search certain options for me over here, but I want to quickly select it from here, I can have a quick access. By default, save, undo, redo operations would be available to us in the quick access. Now, this auto save as an option is recently added into the new version of Excel, but in the initial or the older versions, it is not possible or it's not available. So here, if you see, I can also customize this quick access toolbar. Now, customizing this quick access toolbar is I can get certain options over here itself. Let's say I'll add this ascending, descending. So if I have a data, I don't want to go and search where is an ascending and descending operation available to me. I can quickly access it from here in terms of doing the same. Now, as said, the name of the file when you open would be named as book. So, unless and until you give it a name, you save it with certain different name, it will be named as book 1, book 2, book 3, and so on. So, eventually, there is a tab which you can see over here, and this is itself saying that it's a name box. Now, what's a name box? Name box is something which will tell me where is my cell. Now, what is a cell over here? If you can see, the data is spread across in grids of rows and columns. So here, if you can see, there are multiple columns available to me and there are multiple rows available to me as such. So when I intersect my data between a row and a column, let's say, if you see, there is a column, vertical thing is known as column, and the horizontal alignment data is known as row. And if you can see, a row and a column is intersecting somewhere, and this intersection is known as a cell. Now, cell is something where I can insert a text, I can format it, I can insert calculations, and I can do lots of operations within the cells. So there are multiple cells which are available, and on what location I am now would be available to me into my name box. That I am on H4, which means H column and fourth row. That says that I'm on H4, that is column H and row 4. So that is available to us over here, if you can see. So there is something called as formula bar. Now what is this formula bar? Formula bar will show that what is behind the cell. Is there any formula associated with the same? If I show you with an example, let's say I write 4 and I write 7 and I write a calculation of 5 plus 7. Now remember, calculation in Excel cells starts with equals to. We have done calculation into our calcs, and when we do calculation into our calcs, we write certain numbers and we type in equals to at the end. But with respect to Excel, we always start with equals to in the beginning. for the calculations bit. So here you can see I have entered the cell. So when I go in the cell, the formula bar is showing me 4, the value which is associated with the cell. If I show you another cell, it is showing me 7. That's the value associated with the same. And when I go to the next cell, I can see the value as 12. But there is a formula which is running behind the cell in the background, and the formula bar will showcase me the same. So you can see over here that what is shown in the formula bar. So formula bar shows if there is a data, the data would be shown. If there are values associated with the cell or formulas associated with the cell, that will be shown in the formula bar for us. Now, if you see, there is one sheet which is available to us by default. As Excel workbook can have multiple sheets, so I can create multiple sheets from here, or I can use shortcut keys. Now, as you all know that shortcut keys are something, or keyboard keys are something which is very primarily used in order to handle Excel. So how a shortcut key would be helpful for us in terms of adding a sheet or a new sheet into Excel existing workbook. So what I have to do is I have to control shift, I have to press shift, and I have to press F11 key. Now, function keys are available with everyone. So, certain laptops do access the function keys directly, but certain of them doesn't. So, if the function 11 key or any function key is not accessed directly, you can use FN key, which is available into your keyboards. So, if I type Shift FN and F11, you can see a sheet 4 is added for me. So, if I do Shift FN and F11, Shift 5 is added. Sheet 5 is added to me because for me, function keys which are available into my laptops are not directly accessed. So I'll definitely take help of FN key which is available. So this is how a new sheet has been added over here. And a sheet can have same information. A sheet can have different information as well. You can create multiple sheets into Excel. Now, this is called as a status bar. If you go below, this section is known as what? A status bar for me. Now, what's a status bar? Status bar will tell me the status of the data. What kind of status? Imagine these are the numbers which I have done and I'm selecting certain of them, all of them. So if you see my status bar, there is an option available to me that it is calculating the average of the numbers or the range of cells selected. There is a count being calculated and then the sum of the same. So status of the data or the values which are selected within the range would be shown to me over here. So that's what the meaning of status bar is. Now you have this zoom in, zoom out option and page layout options over here as well, which you can use and utilize the same. So this was a basic overview for the interface of Excel. I hope this is clear with everyone. So now we will be discussing about logical functions. So let's try to understand logical functions with respect to what are logical functions, what are the different variations of logical functions, and how do we implement the same. So if I want to talk upon logical functions, now logical functions are something in Excel which are used to test a particular criteria, a particular condition. Either it can be true or it can be false. Now logical functions will perform some task if the condition is true and perform some another task when the condition is false. Now this task would be giving some values in the outcome, it could be giving certain calculations in the outcome, or it could be searching some data based on the logical conditions which are there. So let's try to understand the variations of logical functions. If you can see on the screen, the logical functions are having lots of variations. The very first variation of logical function is AND. Now what is the meaning of AND? AND means all the given conditions or all the given criteria must be satisfied all at once. Now what does that mean? Imagine that you have 10 criteria and you want to apply certain logic only and only when all the 10 criteria are met. So at that time, you have a logical condition known as AND. What does AND do? It gives me a result set as true when all the specified conditions are true. and it will be false when any one of the condition which is given turns itself as false. So it requires all the given set of conditions to be true. That is the purpose of AND. Now there is something called as OR. Now what does OR do? You must be knowing either this or that. Let's say I have again those 10 conditions, but I don't want to apply certain logic only and only when all the conditions are true. If any one of the given condition is true, I can implement the logic. That's the purpose of OR. So what does OR do? It returns true when any of the given condition is true. Minimum to minimum, one condition needs to be true. But what if all the conditions are false? Obviously, the OR result is going to be false. Now, there is some more logical functions which are there, that is not. Now, what does not do? Not is known as negation. Now, what does negation means? It will inverse the outcome of the result set, which means if a particular condition is giving me true, not will make it as false. If the particular condition is giving me false, not will make it as true. So it will reverse the result of the argument which is there. And then there is if. Now you must be knowing that if this condition is specified, if this condition is true, do this task. For an example, if I say if rain is equals to true, which means it's raining, then you'll not go to school. Or else, if the rain is not happening, that the rain is equals to false, you'll go to school. Now, obviously, that condition is always not going to be true. So, if and else. So, there is an if logical statement which will return some value if a specified condition is true. It will return some another value if the specified condition is false. So, these are the basic variations of my logical statements. Now, we'll try to implement those logical statements with respect to certain real-world examples. So, if you can see on the next screen, I have certain questions to be solved in terms of the logical statements. So, the very first question is provide Excel training to those employees where the department is sales. Now, I have a data at my end which is related to employees. If you can see on the screen, this data is having employee ID, employee name, employee gender, employee department, designation, salaries, location, as well as their start dates. Now, as per the first question, what I wanted to do is I wanted to give Excel training to those employees who are belonging from the department is sales. So, first of all, sales as a criteria needs to be true. At that time, I will give the condition as Excel training. If it is not true, then the no training required criteria would be met. So, how we can do it? First of all, let's check where this condition is true. So, here if you can see, I can write equals to, obviously you all know that when you are performing certain calculations, we'll start with equals to. Now, equals to department. If you can see D2, I've selected that cell and this cell needs to be equals to what? Sales. That's the criteria which I want to be followed. So, when I do this and when I enter, you can see it's true. Now, you can see that yes, the department is sales, but when I drag this value further, you know this cursor, it is used to drag the formula, value or certain outcomes below. So, when I drag it further, you can see it's false. Why? Because the department over here is not sales, it's business development. So, what I want to do with respect to the question is, I want to give Excel training to those employees where the department is sales. So, obviously, I'm just getting true and false. So, I want to give Excel training when the condition is true. I want to give no training when the condition is false. So, what I will do is, I'll utilize an approach of if. Now, how I will implement it? Let's say equals to, and then there is something called as if. Now, you can see on the screen that when I'm writing if, it is showing checks whether a condition is met. Which means, what was my condition? That the department needs to be sales. So, it will check if the given condition which I want to specify is met or not and returns one value if true. What do I want to return when the value is true? That is Excel training. So, and another value as false. So it is no training required. So let's proceed further. So with this if I want to take use of this function, I'll not press enter. It's a wrong approach. Why? Because when you're selecting certain functions from this approaches, you'll obviously do if. When you get it, you can hover over the next functions which are there in order to select the others matching that pattern. And if you want to select this, you'll press a tab key. You can directly write this round brackets because functions are obviously called with round brackets. Now, what is a logical test? Now, logical test is this cell. This cell should be equals to what? That's sales. Now, when I sales, obviously sales is a text related argument or text related value which I want to compare. So I need to mention it in double quotes. If it would have been value, it would have been a numeric calculation. I could directly implement it, or I could directly explain it, or I could directly use it as such. But here, as sales is a text value, I have to write it in double quotes. Now, if you can see in the if statement, the logical test part is in bold. So that's the parameter which I have mentioned, that this is a logical test. Now, I am writing value if true. Now, what is the meaning of value if true? If you can see, value if true is in square brackets. Square brackets in the sense it's not mandatory as such to be mentioned. It will give us true and false. But I do want to mention that when the value is true, which means when the department is sales, I want to give an Excel training to them. So I'll write the text which I want to incorporate or which I want to show when this condition is true. So Excel training is what I want to give them. So that's the value which I want to show when the given condition is true, comma, value if false. Now what does value if false means? I know that sales would be not the department of all the employees. Obviously, there will be different departments which will be coming. So the specified condition is not going to be true always. So what I want to do when the specified condition is false? So I want to return something else. So that's an else. If you can see, it's value if false when the condition is not true. So I'll give no training over here. And you could see in this if, when the condition, when I check it directly, the sales was having a criteria of true. And here it has given me what? Excel training as an outcome. According to the question, we got it. Where the department is sales, we got that the Excel training needs to be given to that employee. Now, if I drag it further, I can double click on it. So the same function which I have implemented would be copied for all the other cells till the end of the cells, or I can drag it from here as well. So here you can see the department is business development. Obviously, the specified condition which I want to check is not true. So that's why it has given me value if false as an outcome. That is no training. So we have solved the very first question where we wanted to check that if the department is equals to sales, then and only then give the Excel training to those employees. So this was the use case of if. Now let's try to see the next question which is there with us. Provide Excel training to those employees where the designation is executive. And if you can see, there is one more criteria which needs to be specified. That the designation needs to be executive, that is fine. But the salary must be less than 60K. Now 60K is nothing but 60,000. So if you can see in this question, I want to give the outcome of Excel training, but here there is not one condition which was there in the previous question that the department needs to be sales. Now there are two criteria. Now obviously I have two criteria. So, and there is an approach of and, which means both the condition needs to be true, then and only then I can give Excel training to those employees. So how I can implement the same question over here? So if you can see, I have an approach of what? And. First, let's see, is the department equals to executive and the salaries are less than 60K. That is nothing but 60,000. So what I will do is, if you can see, the designation of the employee needs to be executive. So if I go on the basis of very first condition, that is equals to this value, that is the designation cell, needs to be what? Executive. Now, if you write this, obviously the designation of the employee is assistant, so this condition has tested itself as false. Now, if I double click on the same, you can see over here the condition has met itself as true. But this is not the only criteria which I want to check. The another criteria with this I want to check is nothing but that the salary of the employee must be less than 60K. So if you can see designation of that employee, now I'm selecting the entire column. I can select the entire column on the basis of shift space as well, entire row on the basis of shift space as well. So here you can see the designation of the employee is executive. But according to the second criteria, the salary is not less than 60,000. So this employee is not going to get Excel training. Let's see, is there any other executive department? Yes. You can see below there is another executive department, and yes, the salary of the employee is less than 60,000. So how I can solve this question and give that employee Excel training as a part? So what I will do is, first let's check which conditions are going to be true. So this is the first criteria which I want to check. And here let me write star, and then this must be less than what? 60. Now K, I will not write K because 60,000 is like 3 zeros. 60K is nothing but 3 zeros. So I will not write 60K because it will be not matching the particular values which are there, and it's a number. I don't need to specifically give it in quotes. So I'm giving it in 60,000, and here if you see, it's giving me answer as 0. Now what does 0 means? It's false. Now, if you can see, for all of them, the answer is 0, but for this employee, the answer is what? 1. If I do shift and space, you can see this is an executive department, and the salary of the employee is less than for 60,000 or 60K. If I can see, there is no other employee. Now you can see there is one more executive, but it's not having salary less than 60,000. So here what does 0 and 1 means, and what is the meaning of the star which I have implemented? So star as a part is nothing but an approach of AND. Now what does it do? If you can see executive as a department, if I select this, you'll get the value as false. False in the terms of programming means 0. Now 0 into 0, that is 0 into 0 is obviously going to be 0. Now here if you can see, the same thing has implemented, just a second. The same thing has implemented in the rest of the cells, but here if you can see, executive as a department, we got the first condition as true. And with respect to that, the second condition was also true. So in terms of this true means 1. And here also I got a condition as true. So here also I got the condition as true. And here true means 1. So 1 into 1 is going to be 1 for us. So if you can see, it has given me 1. So only at this particular position I am going to give Excel training to this employee, and for the rest of them I will not be giving. Why? Because as per the question what I want to give only to those employees who are belonging for the designation of executive, and means the another condition also needs to be satisfied. So how do I implement? If I just write and, it is just going to give me true, false and so on, but it is not going to solve the text outcome which is there. So I'll obviously use if statement with that. So first of all, I just showed you with the basic approach, but let me talk upon the AND wala approach. So you can use AND functions, and you can see checks whether all arguments are true and returns true only if all the values are true. So the first logical, if you can see, it is asking the first logical test. Logical test is the criteria. What is the criteria? That this part needs to be what? Executive. So this condition or this element or this cell needs to be satisfying the criteria of executive. That is the first condition. Now with this logical, you can implement multiple conditions which are there. So multiple conditions, if you see, what is the next condition? That this cell needs to give you salary which is less than what? 60,000. When I give this, you can see it's false. First of all, the first condition is false. Second condition, no need to check because both the condition needs to be true. So obviously it is going to be false for me, and you can see for all of them it's false. But only for this criteria it is true because the department is executive and the salary is less than 60,000. But I want to show the Excel training wala approach. How I will show is, I'll write a statement. Now I'll write if. Now you know, if doesn't statement, if will return some value if the given condition is true. What do I want to return when the given condition is true? That is Excel training. And what do I want to return when the given condition is false? That is no training. So here I'm using this AND approach, that is this entire thing, as a logical statement. And when I check entire thing, you can see the final answer of that entire thing is false, which means obviously it is going to return no training required. So this entire thing is acting as a logical test, and when you want to implement multiple logical tests, you can implement in this way, because when you write by default, it takes one condition at a time. But when you want to give multiple conditions, you can use AND or NOT approaches which are there. So when I use this, you can see, what do I want to return when the value is true? So I want to return Excel training. And what do I want to return when the value is false? Is no training required. So let's say I write no training. And you can see for the very first employee, it has said no training required. When I drag this, you could see that yes, there is no training required, but there is one employee which was satisfying the given condition that needs an Excel training as per the condition, as per the criteria set by the organization. So this is the second question which we solved with respect to AND. Let me repeat it again. What is the purpose of AND? When you give multiple conditions, it is testing that all the condition needs to be true. Then and only then it is going to give certain values in the outcome. If any one of the condition is false, the answer or the outcome is going to be false for us, or the result statement is regarding the false statements which are there. So this was all about AND as a logical statement or as a logical function which was there. Now let's try to see another question which is there with respect to us, which is nothing but the next one. Provide Excel training to those employees where either the department is sales. Now, when it comes either means anyone. So, either the department is sales or the designation is executive. Now, it's not asking to check all the conditions needs to be true. It is saying something called as either. The meaning of either means or. Either this or that, which means either this can be true or that can be true. So what does that means? Let's try to see with an example. That or as a logical statement is going to give me true, either of the condition is true, which means if I am passing both the condition, if any one condition is true, it is giving me answer as true. But when both the conditions are false, the answer is going to be false. So minimum to minimum, one condition needs to be true. So if I check over here, what was the criteria? That the department needs to be what? Sales. So I've written this criteria. Obviously, it's true for the first condition, and as you can see, the department of this employee is what? It's sales. So the condition is true. But I am checking an either statement, which means either this condition is true or that. If both the conditions are true, I am fine with it. So How do I implement with a basic part apart from or? So if I do this and I add a plus symbol. Now plus is an operator which is used for the or logical statements. Now how does it implement? That this designation needs to be what? Executive. So I'm giving this and you can see the answer is 1. Now what does that mean? Key or will give you 1 when the value is true, which is there, and it's a plus statement. So here if you can see, as per the first condition, the value is going to be what? True. If you can see in my outcome, the value for this is true, which means 1. And for this, it is going to be what? False. Because if you can see the designation, it's not executive. So it's false. 1 is true and false is 0. So 1 plus 0 is nothing going to be 1 for us. And I'm going to test it. Now if I double click it, you can see it's going to give me 0. Now how does this 0 comes? 0 means false. The outcome is false. What does that mean? Means neither of the conditions are satisfied. Not satisfied. So here if you can see, the department is business development and the designation is manager. Now the first condition is not satisfied, the answer is false, which means 0. Now the second condition is also not satisfied, the answer is false, that is 0. So 0 plus 0 is going to be what? 0 for me, which is false. You can see all the criteria which are there where we get 1, 1, 1 and 0. But if you can see, there is 2 as a value which we are getting. Now what does that mean? Which means both the conditions are true. Now how does that states? Here if you can see, when I check this criteria, what it is showing me? True. So here if you can see in the value as well, the department of the employee is sales. And when I check another condition, the value is what? True again. That is, the designation is also what? Executive. Now the department is sales, giving me true. That means the value as 1. The designation as executive, which means that is also true and the value is 1. 1 plus 1 becomes 2. So when the value is greater than 1 or greater than 1, it should return the statement of true. When the value is 0, it should return the statement of false. Now this seems to be a bit complicated. Let's try to solve with respect to the or statement, where it gives me true and false, which will help us to understand things in a more detailed manner. So I'll do Control Shift down and I'll press delete. So everything is deleted. So how do I do? I'll use or. Now you can see, checks whether all the arguments, any of the arguments are true, and returns true or false. Returns false only and only if, when all the arguments, when all the conditions are testing itself as false. So I'm taking this. Now what is the first logical test? Now logical test is the criteria which I want to set. Now if I go on this, in this particular part, what do I want to check? That the department needs to be sales. And what is the second logical test which I want to do? That this designation needs to be what? Executive for us. And when I do this, you can see the answer is going to be true. Now, when I double click for the same, here none of the condition was satisfied and the answer is going to be false for us. And you can see this statements which are there, but I don't want the outcome with respect to true and false. I want the outcome when the value is true, Excel training, when the value is false, no training required. So how do I do it? I will incorporate this part into my if statements. So how does that helps? Here if you can see, if, as you all have seen, it will give some outcomes when a specified condition is met. Now, if you can see, this entire part is acting me as a logical test, which means it is checking either this condition is met or that condition is met. So entire part is acting as a logical test for me with respect to or. Now, value if true. What does value if true means? What do I want to give when any one of the condition is met? I want to give Excel training. Now, what do I want to give if no conditions are met? Select no training as such. And here you can see for this particular employee, the department is sales, even though the designation is not executive, because or as a statement ask either one or at least one or minimum to minimum one condition needs to be true. And here amongst the two conditions, this one condition was obviously true for us. And you can see we have passed on that we want Excel training when the department is either sales or the designation is what? Executive. And we are able to solve this question, or we are able to tackle this question over here. So this was all about the OR statement. This is how you implement the OR statements into the part. Now, let's talk upon the next question which comes to us. Now, what is the next question is? Now, if you can see, provide Excel training, which means I want to give Excel training to those employees where the salary is not greater than 35K. Now, what does means not greater than 35K? Which means the salary should not be equals to 35K. Should not be greater than 35K. So obviously I'm talking about less than 35K. So what does that mean? As you can see, now we are going to see the next question. Now what is the next question? Provide Excel training to those employees where the salary is not greater than 35K. Now what does it mean? It should not be greater than 35K. Obviously it is going to be less than 35K. So where the salaries of the employees are less than 35K, I would be providing Excel training to them. So how does this question would be solved with respect to not, and how do we implement the same? So when you see, now obviously not all employees are going to have salaries less than 35K. Some of them would be having greater than 35K and so on. I don't want to give to all of them. I just want to give only for the limited people. So first, let me show you a basic approach where this salary, I am checking that it should not be greater than 35K. Now, greater than 35K, let me first write the condition. So, greater than 35K. So, this is true that yes, this condition is true. Now, if I check it another, that for many of them the condition is true that it's greater than 35K, but can you see that this employee's salary is not greater than 35K, it's less than 35K. So as per the question, provide Excel training to those employees where the salary is not greater than. Now, not greater than means I will obviously implement an approach of less than. Now, you can see less than. So, less than 35K, yes, the answer of this particular employee is going to be true. That yes, this employee was not having salary greater than 35K, so he was having salary less than 35K. But if I use this in if else, now how do I use it? I can use this if and this logical test. Value if true. Now what is the value if true I want? That is Excel training. And value if false is what I want? No training. So I can give this, and you can see that it's giving me no training for those, but for those where the salary was less than 35K, it is giving me that Excel training is required. But I didn't use an approach of not over here. I just basically solved it with the simplest if-else statements, where the simplest operation with the help of less than symbol. But how do I implement a not approach over here? So let me show you. You can solve it like this as well, or you can implement the not. Now what is the purpose of not? Not reverses the outcome of the argument. Now what does that mean? If the value is shown to me as true, it will reverse it as false. So if I show you again that this salary is greater than 35,000, obviously the answer is going to be true for us. And when I drag it down, you can see for most of them it's true. But I want to see this true as an outcome needs to be false. Now how do I do it? I'll do not as an approach. Now you can see not changes false to true, which means whichever value was false, the outcome would be changed as true, or whichever value outcome was true, it will be changed as false. Now if you see, when I give not approach, obviously not needs one logical statement at a time. So here I have written not what? Not of this. Means what is the function value? That is 82,240 is greater than 35,000. The answer inside is true. But when we implement not, it is going to show me false. So if you can see, it is going to show me what? False over here. So whatever condition I write, if you see, the answer of this condition was true, but when I implement not, it has made the answer for us as false. So not is nothing but negation. It reverses the argument answer, or reverses the answer or the value of the argument. If it is true, makes that false. If it is false, it will make it at true. So here, if you can see, it has shown false, which is there. So as per the question, what was the question? Salary should not be greater than 35,000. So I've written a condition that is greater than 35,000, and I'm writing a condition as not. So not has been implemented, which has made the condition which is salary less than 35,000, which is there. So here I want to give them Excel training. So obviously I want to use this as a logical test in my if statement. So I'll write if. This is a logical test. Value if true. What do I want to do when the value is true? That is Excel training. And what do I want to do when the value is false? That is no training. And I can do this. You can see it's showing me no training because the value was false, and it is showing me Excel training when the value is true. So this is how not as an operator is used. Not as a logical function is used for us in terms of reversing the outcomes. If it is true, it will show me false, or if it is false, it will show me true. Remember, in and or, we were able to put multiple logical parts. But in not, we will put one logical part at a time. So if you want to put another logical part, you have to write not again. You can associate with and or for the rest of the operations which are there. So this was about not as a logical function. That how does a not works in terms of helping us to do certain tasks. Now we saw, as per the functions which we studied on the PPT, that if, how does an if works? It works when it gives some value when the condition is true, or it gives certain value when the condition is false. We saw or, when multiple values are given or multiple conditions are given, any one of them needs to be true to show the final answer as true. And all the given condition needs to be tested as true. Then and only then the answer is going to be true. And not is giving me a reverse of the outcome. That is, when the outcome of the condition is true, it is giving me false. When the outcome of condition is false, it is giving me true. Now, the next part is a nested if else. Now, what does a nested if else means? That if I want to implement if, another if, and another if in one of the function, which means I want to implement multiple if statements in one particular function. How do I do? Now, what is the meaning of nested? Now, nested means within. So, nested if, which means if within an if statement. So, how does that work? Let's have a question first, and let me explain you how does it implements. So, if you could see over here, so where the department is either means I have to see or, either engineer or business development. tag them or give them as level 1. Or if the department is either sales or support, tag them as level 3. Or the department belongs to level 2, which means either the engineering and development department, either of the departments, the tag is going to be level 1. For sales and support, the tag is going to be level 3. And for the rest of them, the tag is going to be level 2 of the employee status. So, first of all, if I see into my data, you could see first is department as sales or business development, which means these two departments are then anyone. Now I cannot implement and over here because both the condition needs to be true. At one particular cell, how can a department be sales and business development together? It could not be. So it could give me obviously the answer as false. So here if I show equals to and. So if I show that this is equals to what? Sales, you can see in the formula bar, and question that this cell itself needs to be what? Business development for me. So it is going to give me false. Why it has given me false? Even though the department is sales, but I am using an implementation of and. Obviously, at the same location, I cannot have sales and business development both at once. So I need to do some another approach. Now, what is the another approach which I want to do? I obviously see an or statement instead of and. Because either at that location, it could be sales or it could be business development. So I'll do or. So here you can see it is showing me true because at that particular location, it is sales or the business development. So I have used or over here. But I am not satisfied with only this answer. I have to do lots of other operations which are there. Now what is the next operation? That when this outcome is true, when I am getting the development or the department as sales or business development, I have to give or tag them as level 1. Now, as we discussed upon the rest of the logical functions such as and, or, not, and if, let's talk upon something called as nested ifs. Now, what does nested if means? Now, as we have discussed upon the logical functions such as if, and, or, not, let's talk upon the next approach in terms of logical function, that is nothing but nested ifs. Now, what does that mean? What is the meaning of nested and why do we particularly use them? Now, what if I want to implement multiple if else scenario one after another? At that particular instance, I'll use a nested statements or nested if conditions. Now, what is the meaning of nested? Nested means within. Now, nested if means an if within an if statement. That is what we are going to see. Now, let me help you to understand with an example that what is the meaning of nested and how do we particularly implement the same. So, if you can see on my screen that there is a question. Now, this question is where the department is either engineering or business development, which means it could be either engineering or the business development. Now, these two values I need to test in one particular column only. That is, it should be either engineering or the business development. And then if any one of the condition is met, I want to tag them as a level 1 category of employee. So, I'll tag them as level 1 or now if these conditions are not satisfied or if the department is either sales or support, which means if engineering and business development is not there, is it sales or support? Is it something between sales and support? So if there is something either from sales or support, you have to tag them as level 3 category. So that is what the next part which we want. And if it's nothing between engineering and business or the business development or nothing amongst the sales or support, I will tag the other rest of the departments as level 2. So this is a question, which means obviously I want to test my condition, test my logic n number of times, which means if I'm testing multiple number of times, I will be utilizing multiple number of ifs. Now how I would be using it, let's try to see. Now, if you can see on my screen that there is a department column. Now what is the first condition? That the department could either be engineering or business development. If any one of the condition is met, the category would be a level 1 employee, which is there. So first I want to check that the department is either engineering or business development. If you can see what I'm saying, either engineering or business development. Whenever there is a word known as either, which means I'm talking about something called as or. So how does an or implements, and why not an and would be useful for us over here? Let's try to see. Now if I go over here and I utilize and first, let's see why I'm not speaking or not considering and over here. So if you see, and is asking two logical tests. Now, as we discussed earlier, that and will test all the specific condition needs to be true at once. Now, I'll go on this cell. What is the first criteria that I want to check it, that is it engineering or not? So, engineering as a department, I did it. So, as I'm writing down in quotes, as it's a text, comma, the next logical pass, the next logical two. That is, what is the next logical? At the same place. Is it business development? This is what I am going to check. Now, obviously, as per the normal logical approach or practical thinking, it's going to give me false. Why false? Because at the same place I'm finding that the department is sales and business development. Obviously, a particular person cannot have two departments satisfied at once. So I'm not going to use this statement. So when you want to check multiple values from one particular column or range of columns, you'll use or. So here if you can see, it's sale, the department is sales, and it's not business development. So something between engineering and business development I want, and obviously this answer is going to be false. But what about the next? It's business development. I asked in and that the department must be engineering and business development. Obviously this answer is also going to be false, because the first condition, the department is engineering, is false, but the next condition, the department is business development, is true. But as per the and logic, both the conditions or multiple set of conditions need to give me answer as true. So this is not valid over here. So I'll use an approach of or. So what does or what does or helps me to understand over here is, or either the department is engineering, that's the first logic, or the department is the same place. It could be business development. Obviously, I'll be using an or approach over here, because at the same place or for a particular employee, I cannot have two departments satisfied at once. There will be one department condition. So either this or that. So either engineering or the business development. If any one of the condition from the departments as a criteria is met, I am going to give the answer as true. So if you see in the first cell, what it is telling us, that it's a sales one. So as per the condition, the cell is not equals to engineering, so the answer is false. And D2 is not equals to business development, the answer is going to be false, which means this employee is not belonging to level 1. Now, if I run this, you can see it's showing me false, but when I drag it further, it is showing me true. Now, why it is showing me true? If you can see in this cell, what is the criteria? that I want this department to be either engineering or business development. Now it is not engineering, so engineering as a condition is false, but business development as a condition is true. So what could I do? I'm going to get an answer as true because it's or any one of the specified condition is true, the final outcome is going to be true. So if I utilize according to that approach, that if if I want to test a specified condition. Now, what's a specified condition? That the department is either engineering or the business development. So, if the specified condition, what is a specified condition? It's like this, is equals to sales. Now, I have written the specified condition is equals to sales. Obviously, I cannot write or like this over here. It will show me a wrong approach. It will show me a wrong answer for the same. So I am utilizing an approach of or. So how I will mention multiple conditions? So I'll write or, and in that what I'll do is, in this first place, is it equals to engineering for us? If you can see, the answer is going to be false because it's sales. Now, is here the condition is going to be business development. So that's there, and this entire thing is acting as a logical condition for me. Now it will test first that is it engineering or it is business development. If any one of the criteria is met, the answer is going to be true. Now, once I get the answer as true, what do I want to do? I want to use or I want to tag this employees as level 1. I want to tag this employees as level 1. So, value if true. If the OR logic is giving me answer as true, I want to tag it as level 1. But what if OR logic is giving me false? Because as I said, with if logical statement, it's not mandatory that every time I'm going to get true. Sometimes or the other, or some instances, we could get false as an outcome because it's a logical test. It can give me true, it can give me false as well based on the criterias. So now, what do I want when the value is false? Do I want level 2? So if I give this and run this logic, if you can see, sales as a department was there for a particular employee and it is giving me level 2. But this is not what I required. But see, according to the first condition, yes, the department of the employee was business development and it is giving me level 1. Here it's engineering and it's giving me level 1. Here it's engineering and it is giving me level 1. There is research and development. Here it is giving me level 2. So as per the condition, the criteria has been satisfied. But it's not the only condition which I want to test. There is one more condition if I want to check. That condition is nothing but, if you see over here, what is the condition? That give level 1 to employees either in the engineering department or the business development department. So that portion is sorted. Now what is the next part? Give them level 3 if the department is either sales or support. So here if you see in our file, sales as a department is getting level 2, but what do I want to give them as level 3? Which means I want to test it again. I want to apply another test statement. I want to apply multiple test statements over here. So how I would be doing it? So in this, if you go in this formula, as I said, it's not always required that when the condition is true, I'll pass on only the statements or only certain outcomes. I can do any calculation, I can implement any functions, or I can do lots of things when the conditions are true or when the conditions are false. So what I'm going to do over here is, instead of writing level 2, now I'm not removing the level 1 criteria over here. Why? Because when the logical test which I have mentioned with respect to or, if it is true, it is giving me level 1. So it is satisfying the first set of question which I want. The next part is I want to check if it is not engineering nor your business development, is it satisfying the condition of sales or support? Means, is it between either sales or support? Here, if you can see the first employee, yes, he is having the department as sales. So obviously, he should get a tag of level 3 category of employee. So how I will do it is, I'll write another if. Now, as I said, it's not mandate कि every time when the value is true, you write a value as such or certain outcome. You can also implement something else. So I am trying to incorporate one more if statement into the existing if. So this is called as nested, where there is outer if statement and within that outer there is one more inner if statement which could work. Now if you can see, when the value is true, it will give me level 1. When the value is false, it is checking one more if statement. Now, I'll obviously write or over here. Why? Because I want to test either the department is sales or the department is support. So, I'll be writing or. Now, what is the logical statement which I want to do is this needs to be sales for me. And this particular part needs to be what? This particular part needs to be support. So if you check, that is the second logical statement which I have implemented over here. So this is a part of my next if. And you can see the answer of this or is what? True. You can see over here the answer of this or is what? True. Now, what does that mean? That employee is not having engineering or business development, but when I did another check on it, it is having anyone amongst the sales or support. So I have got the answer as true. Now, when this outcome, so this is the end bracket of my or. When this outcome is true, what do I want? I want the category as level 3. Which means if the employee is not belonging from engineering or business development, I want it to be tested that is the department support or sales. If it is amongst that, it should give me level 3, and this is what I have tried to do over here. After that, value false. If this condition is also not satisfying, what do I want to do? Or others are going to be in level 2. So this is what I'll be doing over here. Now you can see that how does it works or how does it implements. First of all, it will go in D2. D2 as a cell. And if you go in D2, what is the value at D2? It's what? Sales. So according to the criteria which we have given, first it will check is the D2 cell either amongst engineering or business development. The answer is going to be false. So it will not return level 1. So it will return value if false. Now what is value if false? It will go in another if statement. When it is going in another if statement, it is checking another or condition. Is D2 among sales or support? If you can see, yes, the answer came over here as true. And what do I want to return at that point? That is level 3. If the answer was not true at that particular instance, it would have written as level 2. So this is what we have sorted. Now closing brackets are very important over here. How to do it? First, if you see this bracket, this closure is for your or statement. Now this closure is for your if statement. But is this if closed over here? No. So you have to put another round brackets or the parentheses in order to close. And when I execute it, can you see it's showing me level 3 as per the conditions which were there? And when I test it again, you can see it has tried to solve my question. Wherever the department is sales or support, it is going to show me what? Level 3. Wherever the department is either business development or engineering, it is showing me level 1. But nothing among those two criterias which are there, it is going to show me level 2. So if you can see, the department is research and development, it has shown me that the categorized part of the employee is level 2 category in the organization. So this is how a nested if else work. There are certain instances, there are certain problem statements, there are certain approaches where the use of nested if else is required. What is a nested if else? That when I write an outer if statement, there could be a condition that when I want to test the condition again or do certain another logic, if first condition is satisfied or not satisfied. So at that point, I'm using another if statement within an if statement. That is known as nested if else. So this was about how a nested if else work and how does it executes for the same. So this was all about nested if else. Now let's try to proceed further in terms of understanding what is the purpose of ifs. Now if I tell you, there are certain approaches, there have been certain interviews when they have asked question based on multiple conditions which we just now solved with the help of nested if else. Many candidates have tried to solve with ifs. Now if I talk upon if, what is the meaning of if? If is nothing but a singular part or a singular function, which means it takes one condition at a time or one criteria at a time, one criterion result at a time. But when I talk upon ifs means plural. So plural means multiple if statements could come, multiple logical statements would be checked multiple times, value if true, value if false would be checked over here. So that is the purpose of ifs. But ifs as a part is not so much vividly used when you go at certain office laptops or the Excel versions which are there used by certain organizations. They don't preferably use ifs a lot. They try to do with nested if else, but we do have an approach of if statement. Now let's see what is an if statement. Now ifs, as I said, it's a plural, which means multiple if statement could be written. So I have also tried with nested if else. So multiple ifs I also tried with nested if else, but it was within. Now all at once. That is the meaning of ifs. Now let's try to see what type of question we would be solving with ifs. So if you can see on the screen, what it has written, that create salary range column where, which means there should be another column known as salary range, where the salary of the employee, if it is greater than 1L, that's 1 lakh, and it should be what? The bracket should be high. When the salary is between 1 lakh and 50K, it should be average. And when it is less than 50K, it should have a low salary bracket for the same. So let's try to solve this question with the help of ifs. Now, how we would be solving the same? Now, if I want to talk upon ifs, first, if you see, if checks whether a condition, a means singular. If I go further and like if checks whether one or more condition, which means you can have one conditional statements, you can have multiple conditional statements as well. But one or more conditions are met and returns a value corresponding to the first true condition. So how does it works? Let me try out with if. Now what is logical test 1? If you can see, it is mentioning as logical test 1. Now, what is the meaning of logical test 1? That is the first logic. What was the first logic? That this salary of the employee, this cell, salary cell, must have value greater than 1 lakh. 1 lakh means it would have 1,000,000. So that's 1 lakh for us. So the salary of the employee must be 1 lakh. At that time, what I am writing? Value if true. What is the value if true which I want to give is high. Now, when the condition is true, it is giving me high. But here, if you can see the next criteria which is mentioned over here, if you can see, first value was logical test 1, value if true. It can close. over here as well. And you can see it's not giving me anything as such. Now it's not giving me anything as such. So what should I do? I want to test another condition. But I just mentioned over here that is value if true. There was nothing called as value if false. Instead of value if false, if you can see it's written in square bracket, which means it's not a mandatory approach which is required. So value if false is not there, but instead of value if false, it is asking me a second logical test. If you can see in nested if else, we did the same thing, that we tested the first condition value if true, but there was value if false. Instead of value if false, we incorporated another if. So here it is happening by default. So here it is asking another logical test. If not this, check another test. Now this another test would be this part is between. Now how do I write between? Between what? Between 1 lakh to 50,000, which means the salary of the employee must be equals to 1 lakh to 50,000. So that condition. Obviously, I don't have any function known as between for us in order to do its random between. But obviously, I don't want a random value. I want to test a between approach over here. So how does a between works? Let me show you how does a between statement is written. So first of all, between is using something called as and. What is the meaning of that? So let me write first of all that I want the salary between 50,000 to 1 lakh. So obviously the salary must be greater than or equals to 50,000. But at the same time, it should be less than or equals to 1 lakh. That's a criteria. Let's say 82,000 is the first salary which is there. So obviously it's not greater than 1 lakh. Is it greater than 50,000? Yes. If I want to test that this salary range is between 50,000 to 1 lakh, so it needs to be greater than or equals to 50,000 and less than or equals to 1 lakh. So that's the criteria which I want. So at the same place, I am testing two criteria and both needs to be satisfied at once. Now how I will do it is, I'll go over here, equals to, and I am utilizing an approach of and. So and if you can see, this cell, this salary must be greater than or equals to 50,000. Obviously, I will not write K. I'll write 1000 means 3 zeros. So 82,240.77. Do you think so? Is it greater than 50,000? Yes, obviously yes. But is it at the same time less than 1 lakh? Yes, because 82,000 is obviously less than 1 lakh. So and me, I'm checking this less than equals to what? 1 lakh. So here if see at the same position, it is testing. Is it greater than 50,000? Yes. Less than 1 lakh? Yes, it's there. And this is an AND statement which is being followed. So here if you see, if I see over here, what is the criteria which I am getting? That this condition, this answer, this condition is going to give me true. If you can see over here that 82,000 is greater than or equals to 50,000, and this condition is also what true for us, that obviously this salary at the same time is less than 1 lakh. So and logic, you must be knowing that and may, both the condition needs to be true so that the final answer is true. So is it between that particular part? Yes. So the answer is true. So here you can see, yes, this salary is greater than 15,000 and less than 1 lakh. So it's between 50,000 to 1 lakh. And you can see there is another salary which is
1,16,000. Obviously, it's not between 50,000 to 1 lakh, because the first criteria, is it greater than 50,000? Yes. But is it less than 1 lakh? No. One condition was true, another was false. The final answer is false. That is a true statement for us. That is an and statement for us. Now, if I go and write this logic over here, so here if you see, what is the next logical statement? I'll not write another if over here. I just mentioned logical statement. What is the next logical statement? That it should be between. Between what? Greater than 50,000 or equals to 50,000 and less than 1 lakh, which means it should be between 50,000 to 1 lakh. So what I will be doing over here is, I'll go over here, I'll select this cell. It should be greater than equals to 50,000, and this same cell needs to be less than equals to 1 lakh. So that's the next criterion which I have written. So that's the next logical statement which I'll follow. And what is the part when the value of true is medium? So if I write this, you can see this particular employee is falling in a medium salary bracket. So the first two criteria are being set, that when the salary was greater than 1 lakh, it's high, and when it is between that particular two categories, that is 50 lakh to 1,000, it is showing as medium. But if you can see, there is an error, which means there is a salary which is less than 50,000. So there is one more criteria which we need to set.
Recording start.
Recording in progress.
So if you can see, we have given two criteria. One is that the salary greater than 1 lakh, it should be tagged as high, and the another is that the salary between 50,000 to 1 lakh, it has tagged as medium. And we saw how this approach are written. But if you can see, there is an error encountering over here. Now, what is the purpose of this error? Obviously, this error is not required for us. Instead of that, if you can see in our question, what was the question? That the salary greater than 1 lakh will be tagged as high, the salary between 50 to 1 lakh would be tagged as medium, and the salary which would be less than 50,000 which would be tagged as low. So let's proceed further. Now if you can see, it's not always that value of true is done. I have one more logical test which I can write. What is another logical test which I probably write? Let's say this should be less than what? It needs to be less than what? 50,000. So if it is less than 50,000, because equals to is done in and, so less than 50,000, what I'll write? That when this condition is true, I'll mention it as low. So here if you see, when I run this part, you can see where there was an error, the salary has been termed as low for us. So this was an if statement. In ifs, what it is doing, it is testing multiple conditional statement, multiple logical tests in one go, and it is having, when the logical test is true, it is going to give me the result set if value is true. If not, it is asking me for another logical test. Now I can pass one logical test, I can pass multiple logical tests as well over here. So this was all about if statement. So this is how logical statements in terms of Excel work. Now Excel has this approaches to be used at different instances. We all have seen that how sum ifs take into consideration, how count if take into consideration, how average if, sum ifs and so on are helpful. So if statements or and or logical statements are used to test as per the condition, that the condition is true or the condition is false, and it will do certain other outcomes as well. So this was all about logical statements. So I hope this is understandable for you all. That's all from my end in terms of logical statements. So now we will be discussing upon something called as date and time functions. Now, as you know, date being one of the important component in terms of the data formats and the natures of data which are there, and time is also one of the crucial component which is there. So what are certain functions which are associated with them with respect to Excel? We are going to understand them. So in this module or in this part, we are going to understand what are the date related operations, how does date and time functions execute, and how do we implement the same. So when I talk upon date and time functions, now date and time functions are used when working with date, time and duration data, which can help us perform operations such as measuring the number of days between two dates, or I can calculate the difference between 2 days. I can get today's date automatically with the help of system. I can get the date and time which is happening into the system, which is with the function of now, and merging multiple dates with one date as a function. So date and time functions can take date elements from multiple operations or multiple locations, and we can do certain operations with them. Now, they obviously this date related operations are important. Why? Because if the date is not in the proper format, the date related functions are not going to work. They are not going to give us a desired outcome for the same. So let's see what all functions are required in terms of understanding what are date functions and how do we implement the same and how do logically we use them. So if you can see on the screen, I have certain blocks which I have mentioned. So if you can see on the screen, we would be implementing certain date functions which are used. Let's say the very first is today. Now, if you can see on my system, the date of today is 10th of October 2024. Now, I'll not manually incorporate it or I'll not manually insert it. I'll ask Excel to automatically take the today's date or whatever is the recent date which my file is utilizing. So I'll write equals to today. If you can see, returns the current date formatted as date. Current date is the recent date which is happening today. Now if you can see, this function is like today and I just have to enter. You can see the date which was mentioned into my system, the same date is available over here. So imagine if I open this file tomorrow or day after tomorrow, the date is also going to change automatically with respect to the recent date of the system. That is the purpose of a today as a date function. So I can grab the current date of my system with the help of today function. Now there is another function known as now. Now what is the purpose of now? It does not only makes us available, it does not only give, it doesn't only provide you the current date, but it also provides you with the time operation for the same. So if I talk upon this, so there is an option of now. So you can see, I can take this now function over here and then enter. You can see the date with respect to what is the time. Now, if I do certain operations after 10 minutes, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, the time is accordingly going to change. So this was today and now. Today will give me the current date of the system and now will give me current date as well as the time. Now if I want to talk upon another function which is known as a date function. Now date as a function is used to create a date related outcome or format of date which is feasible for my system. Now what is the meaning of that? If you see in my system, there could be month, day and year which is being extracted for the same. So the very first part of my system date format is month. The second part which it incorporates is day, and the third one is which is incorporate is year. So if I write something like 23, if I write something which is 23 and if I write 05 and if I write a random date of 2022, you could see this is a date which is there. So this is a random date which is 23rd May 2022. But if you can see, the approach over here is what? General. Now what does general means? There is no specific format for the same. So this doesn't have any specific format of date, time or so on. So this is not there. So if I try to utilize a function, now there is a function known as year. Now what is the purpose of year function? That it will extract the year. If you can see, return the year of a date and integer value ranging from 1900 to 999 and so on. So I am doing year and I take this date and I'm doing it. Obviously there is a date and it should extract 2022 for me, but it's giving me a value error. This value error is shown just because my date was not in a specific format of date. So that is very important. When you are utilizing date related functions, the nature of date or the approach of date related operations needs to be in proper format. So here I can go in general and you can see there is a short date option. I can change it in date, but if you can see, the value has not yet changed because still it's not into the date format. Why it is not? Because of my system. If you see my system, if you see the date of my system, what is the date it is requiring? It is asking me first the month, then the day and the year. Obviously 23 could not be a month over here for me, and that's not a specific date format which is given to me. So I can remove, let's say I'll write month. So let's say I write month, day and the year for the same date. Can you see this function worked? Can you see that 2022 was extracted when the date was in the proper format which is required? So utilizing a date into its proper format is very important and it's very ideal to use. So this is how the date related operations are very crucial. When the value which has or consists of date, that needs to be in proper format. If it is not, then the date related operations or functions are not going to execute for us. So if I want to utilize, so by default it's 1900. So here if you can see, when I'm doing certain operations, you can see this time has changed. We started at 12:35 and it's now 12:39. So it's a now function. It is going to change the values every now and then because it's taking the recent or it's capturing the recent values which are happening. So now in terms of date, imagine if someone has given me month, someone has given me day, someone has given me year, but I don't want or I don't know how it could be incorporated into a proper date format. They have separately given me the month number, the day number and the year which is there. So how I can utilize it? I can use a function known as date. So if you can see, returns the number that represents the date in Microsoft Excel date time code. So it according to the date time operation or date time value which is shown. So what is the year? Let's say the date which we mentioned was 2022. Month, what is a month which we want? I want the month as May, so 05. And what is the day which we require? What day which we require? The day is 23. And you can see I have got the date into the format which is required into my Microsoft Excel. And you can see first it is grabbing the month, then day and then year. So this is how a date function would be useful for us in order if I have just separately values of date, month and year, I can combine them together and create a proper date with the help of date function. So this is how date function helps us to execute the task. Now, as you have seen with an example which I showed you, that with this date, if I just want to grab or extract the year related operations, so I can just use which function over here, that is year, and I take this date. From this date, what is a year? 2022. Let's say in this date, instead of 2022, I give as 2025. And you can see the year which is extracted as 2025. Why? Because I've selected the cell. So the values are changing in the cell. So same values are being utilized over here. So this is a year function which can extract a year from my particular date. Now there is something called as month. what month function will do? It will extract the month number. So here you can see there is a function known as month. Now month, what is the serial number? I'll give this date, and from this date, what is a month? The month number is 5. And if you can see, when I incorporate over here, it is giving me the month number as 5. You can see from this date, 5 number is the month number and it has been extracted. Now, let's try to extract the day. Which day was there on that particular date? So, here I'll use a function known as day. You can see we have day. What is a date? This. And what is a day from that date? 23. 23 is a day, 5 is a month, and 2025 is the year which is being extracted from that day. So if I want to extract certain elements from a date, this is how I extract. I have extracted year, I have extracted month, I have extracted day. But as I mentioned above, if this date is not in the format of how an Excel requires or how your system requires, it's obviously not going to help us to extract those features from my date. So date being one of the crucial component, it needs to be into proper format. So this was the basic date related functions which were there. So let's imagine that I have joined an organization. I've joined an organization on 23rd of September 2022. Obviously, that's my joining date at that particular organization, and I have left the organization on 23rd May 2024. So I have joined the organization on 23rd September 2022 and I have left the organization on 23rd May on 2024. So what do you think? So how many days I have worked in that organization? Which means I want to calculate the difference between these two dates. Now, obviously that I have not worked every day. So I've worked from 2022 to 2024. In a year, there would be 52 weeks. And there would be possibly Saturdays and Sundays coming in where I would be having holidays for the same. So not all the number of days I have worked. I have worked for a certain number of days. So how I will calculate that same, that how many days I have worked upon. Which means I want to calculate the difference or the number of days which I have worked upon. So there are operations related to that, which is, let's say we have an operation known as network days. Now there are two operations. Network days returns the number of whole work days between two dates, and then there is international where I can customize it based on certain parameters. So here if you can see, network days is networking days which we will do. Now the start date is this, that's my start date, and the end date that I started working in an organization on 23rd September 2022 and I left the organization on 23rd May 2024. Obviously, I would be having certain leaves, so considering Saturdays and Sundays as a leave. So, how many days do you think so I have worked upon? I have worked upon 435 days in that organization. It's a good set of values which I have worked in that organization. So number of days I have worked in an organization is 435, which is there. Now, if you can see in this, there is a start date, there is an end date, and then there is a holiday, which is there. Imagine that in this working days, there was 15th of August. You must be knowing 15th August, right? 15th August is the Independence Day and it has a leave for me. So on 2023, obviously I joined on September's 2022, so 2022 date would not be available for me. So on 2023, month is August. Let's say January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So I write 7, 8, and day. Day is what? 15th for me. So this was the day when we had holiday. Now 26th of January, obviously there was a holiday, so I'm using a date function. 26th of January, so 2022, 2023, sorry, 2023's January was available for me. Month is 01 and day is 26. So at that day, I was having a leave on the Republic Day. Similarly, 26 January of 2024 was also a leave. So 2024 for me on January was a leave, that is 26, which is there. And imagine there was a birthday leave for me, which means equals to date. Now in that organization, my birthday is on 2023, month is 5 and days, let's say 23. So 2023, 25 and 2023 is my birthday. The birthday was on this day. So this were the days when I had holidays, which means I had considered leaves. Now obviously there would be other leaves, but these days I don't want to be counted into my working days. So these were the days where I actually was not working. So this was Independence Day. This was Republic Day. This was another Republic Day. And this was my birthday. So these were the days when I was not actually working into organization, and I don't want these days to be counted into my working days. So what I can do over here is I can exclude those days. Instead of writing and mentioning one day at a time, let's try to see over here. So here if you see start date and end date is there, and then you can see holidays. Now holidays is not particularly a mandatory parameters, but whenever a parameter is in square bracket, which means it's not mandatory. But even if we give, it's fine. So in this holidays, let me select this cells. That this cells are there when I considered holidays for the organization. So initially, if you see, so total working days with holidays. So let me wrap this text, and let's say I'll try to copy the same thing over here. So total working days without holidays. And I just have to do over here, that is network days, which is start date and an end date. So with this, I can see without holidays, I was working in an organization for 435 days. But with holidays, there were 4 holidays which were majorly considered by me. So if I exclude this working days, it is taking me 431. Obviously, if there would have been a Saturday or Sunday, that would have not been considered into the count. But here, what I have tried to do, I have tried to calculate the difference between the 2 days with respect to my working capability or my working number of days into an organization. So this is how an Excel with respect to date can also be helpful for us in terms of finding how many days a particular person has worked in an organization. So this was the networking days part. Imagine that I was a person who was not having holidays on Saturdays. I was just having holidays on Sundays, but here it is considering Saturday and Sunday. So what I could do with leaves on with day off, my actual day off was on Sunday, not Saturday and Sunday. So what I'm doing, I am having net working days international. Now you can see start date, end date, and then there is another factor known as weekend. So what it is, So let's take the start date and end date because we know this is there. And let's take the weekend part. If you can see, weekend is Saturday and Sunday, which means these 2 days are leave. Then if you see the week off is on Sunday and Monday, there could be certain organization who have Sunday and Monday. There could be certain organization which has Monday and Tuesday. There could be certain organization which has Tuesday and Wednesday and so on. So as per my question, I was only having week off on Sundays. So that days to be considered. So weekend is what? It's only on Sunday for me. The leaves are only on Sundays. So Saturday's days are also working for me. Now holidays. Obviously I took this holidays. This is also not mandatory, so I can exclude it. But I have 4 holidays into my bucket. So it's there and you can see. So it's obviously greater than these days because Saturdays which were obviously not counted over here have been counted. Why? Because I was an employee in that organization where I was working on Saturdays as well. When you go and see on the basis of networking days or the network days as a parameter, it is excluding the Saturdays and Sundays from the start date and end date. Wherever the Saturday and Sunday was there, it was not counting. But I as an employee was working on Saturdays as well, and I want that days to be counted. So I have used Networking International where I can select when I was having weekends or week offs, and that days will be excluded and rest of them would be included. Also, I can decide if I want to include holidays into my networking days or not. So this is how I have used an approach in order to find the differences or the working days of an employee. So this is how I have tried to use or find the networking days of an employee working in an organization. Most of the date related operations are very vividly used in the finance market. Why? Because the date variations are very important. The date wise change is very important for them to track and understand what are the variations happening or how many days difference were there, how the values were there between two particular date components. And this is how a date related operation is working. Now imagine someone gave me this date. Let me copy this date over here. Control C and let me copy this date. Now someone said that in this date we want you to add 10 more days. Now we want you to add 10 more days. How you would be doing? Now addition in dates is very easy. How do we add in dates? It's simple. You take this operation and you just have to do plus. Plus what? Plus how many days do I want? I want 5 days. Sorry, 10 days. So I want how many days to be added in the particular date? 10. Now, is it going to help for us? Yes, because it's similar to the date operations. So it is just going to sum up 10 days in the date. So now what was there? 23. So 23 plus 10 based on the month which is there. So what it is going to give me? 2, which is there. It is not giving me 3 because it could be a month of 31 days. So it has given me what? 2 over here. That is 2nd of June. So 10 days after that days is what? 2nd of June for me. Now here if you see, it's a static value. Let's say whatever date I mention, whatever number of days I mention over here, it should sum up in the given date. So I have not mentioned anything, so I have selected a cell. Now I say I want 5 days after the date. You can see 5 days after the given date is this. I want 10 days after the given date is this. If I want 15 days after the given date, it's like this. So when I just sum up a date with a particular number or a numeric value or an integer, what it actually does is it takes the day and it sums the value of that. So if you can see with an example, 23rd May was there when we sum up 5. So 24, 25, 26, 27 and 28 was the answer for us when we sum up 15. So it is trying to count 15 days after the 23. So this was all about date plus the number of days. So date plus number of days further. We can do like this. Let me copy the format over here. This is there and this is how it has been utilized. Now what if I want to count number of months? Like say date is there and what do I want to do? Date plus number of months means 2 months after the given date, 3 months after the given date, how I will do. So in order to do that, the normal plus operation which we do is just summing up the days. But if we want to sum up the month, we have EO, end of the month. So returns the serial number of the last day of the month before or after the specified number of months. So number of months would be there. So what's the start date for me? This is the start date. Number of months. So I want to see after 2 months. So number of months is going to be 2 months. So here you can see the end date of that 2 months. So 5th, 6th and 7th. So 7th month ka last date which is there. So after 2 months, let's say you want to see before 2 months. So what you do for the before 2 months? You write, if you want to see the date after 2 months, you'll write a particular integer. If you want to see before, you will write minus. That gives me before date. So 5th, 4th and 3rd month, the last date of that 3rd month it is given. Now there is end of the month and then there is E date as a function. So indicated number, if you see I give this and I want 2 months after that. So now if you can see, it's a date related operation but the answer over here is a numeric form. Here the date format is not there. So I have to go over here and change it to the date format. And you can see based on this given date, it is showing me the 2 months after date. It is not giving me end of the month date. So there is E date. So based on the given date, it will calculate the 2 months later or the number of months later date value. But E0, that is end of the month, what it does after 2 months, what is the month ka end date, that would be given. So if you can see, if I write 2 over here, you can see 7th month ka last date is given by end of the month. And here if you see, with respect to 23, the second month has been given. So 6 and 7. So 23 is being given out for us. So this was how we sum up the month related operations into my date. As you can see, there is a date and with respect to that date, I want to calculate another date which is 10 months after or 2 months after a particular date format. Obviously, I cannot use this plus 10 over here because it's just giving me 10 days later. So when you just simply do an addition, what it is doing, it is just adding a particular number with respect to the days which are there, but I want to add or sum up months. So how the month wala operation will work is, now there are 2 month related operation. In order to add a month related approach, we have 2 months. First is what? E date. What does E date does is, whatever date is mentioned to us with respect to that days, let's say it's 23rd May, so 2 months after would be 23rd July. So that would be given to us. So E date will give me the number of months added with respect to that date which is there. So here plus how many months do I want? That is 10 or let's say 2. So this I have added sorry, it's like comma 2. So you can see 2 months later, that particular date is, it was 23rd May, so it has given me 23rd July. Now there is one more function. If I want to see 2 months before this particular date, so for a before statement, I obviously write minus. So minus 2 months I want to do. So you can see 23rd of March is what is shown over here. Now with respect to this, there is one more function in order to find the calculation of month with a particular date. So there is end of the month. Now what does end of the month do? Let's say it's 23rd May and you want to count 2 months later. It would be 23rd July. But it's not going to give me 23rd July, it is going to give me the end date of that month. Now if I consider there is a start date and there is month, let's say I write 2. If you could see the difference between this, let's say I make it 2. If you could see the difference, date has just calculated the exact difference between the two dates, but end of the month is giving me the difference between, or the addition of the months, and it is giving me the end date of the month which is being extracted. So it's 31st of July which is showing to us. Now if I want to see the before factor, it's obviously the same. It's like minus 2. So you can see it was March and it is showing me the end date of the March. So this is how it looks, where I can calculate the date with respect to the number of months. It could be 10 months, 2 months, or the number of months before, or it could be 10 months, 2 months, or number of months after. So this is what we have seen. Now with respect to this date, let me copy this, Ctrl C, and let me paste it over here. So Ctrl V, and here date with respect to number of years. Now this is a date, and if you can see, we were just using summation symbol. It was summing up with respect to days. We were using date, which was doing with respect to months. Now we have to sum up or do addition into the date or subtraction into the date with respect to the years, the number of years. Obviously we cannot use date as a function, normal date as a function, or month as an operation, but there is no function related to year. If you can see, there is but it's month and so on. There is nothing related to year. So we will take help of date, but just will modify the month approach over there. So date, what is the start date over here? This is the start date. Now months. Now let's say in months, I want after 2 years. I want after 2 years. So here I am writing 2. Obviously 2 years is going to have how many months for me? 12. So this multiplication symbol, this star or this asterisk is a multiplication symbol. That 2 into 12, that is 2 into 12, that is 12 into 2, 24. So 24 months, that gives 2 years for me. And here you can see date after 2 years is going to be this. Now if someone said that before 2 years, so it's going to be minus. So minus 24 months, this is how it shows. So when it comes to calculating n number of years before and n number of years after, there is no year as a function. We modify the date function as well, date function itself, in order to find out the number of years before and number of years after the particular given date. So this is how the date functions and the calculations with respect to date works. One more point to remember, that if the date is not in proper format, these operations are of no use. They will not be fruitfully applicable for us. So this was a date related functions which were there. Now there is one more date related function which is used to find out the difference. Now that is known as date diff. Known as date difference. Now what does date diff function do is, let's say I have my birth date and I find difference on the basis of today. So I have birth date and I have to find out the difference on the basis of today. Let me create an approach and let me do this. So imagine my birthday is on, let's say I'll give date function so that it becomes very easy for me to get a proper date format. So date, let's say it was 1998, and month was 5, and day was 23. So this was my birthday, and here you can see this is there, and today. Now you must be knowing today as a function. We will get today's date. So I want to calculate how many years are completed to me, how many months I have completed, and how many days I have completed the same. Now how I will do is, I'll use a function. That function is known as date diff, known as date difference. Now this is how you write. So date diff, you have to write date diff and then a bracket. Now in this date diff, what is the first value which would be given? It's the start date. Now what is the beginning date? That's my birthday. So here if you can see, that is a beginning date, that's my birthday, comma. And the another date, that's my end date. I can obviously mention today, or I can select this date. That's my end date. That are the two dates which I want to find out. So there is one day and then there is another day. Now if someone wants to find out, as me, I was born on 23rd May 1998, and I want to find how many years I have completed today. So I can write a format of y. What does y means over here? Y means year. So how many years are completed to me? 26. So this is how I can find out the difference between the two dates with respect to years. Now if someone asks me how many months are completed to you, so I'll write date diff again, but and here I'll mention the birth date and today, because I want to find with respect to today. If I want to find on the basis of given day, instead of today I'll write this today. And what with respect to what I want to find? With respect to months. So for years I wrote y, for months I write m. So from the day I was born till today, how many months I have completed? 316 months I have completed. Now if someone says how many days are completed from the birth till today, so I'll write what? Date diff, and what is the date? This is the start date. What is the date? That's the end date. What's the end date for me? Today. And what is the value for me? Now for days I'll write d. So how many days I have completed from the birth date till now? I have completed 9637 days. So this is a calculation with respect to the differences which I have calculated. Now I want to find out that, let's say I have completed 26 years. So after completing 26 years, how many months I have completed till now? Let's say 26 years are completed to me on May. So after May till today, how many months? Because this m is finding me the total number of months right from the birth date. But what if I want to find after completing 26 years, how many months I have completed till today? So for that we just have to do slight modification. That would be, I'll do date diff, that is for sure. Now that's the start date, my end date is today, that's going to be same for us. Now as I said, after completing 26 years. So first I will write after completing 26 years. Then I will write m. So it will find out the, first it will divide the year wala part, and then whatever is the month pending for us, that would be given. And you can see after completing 26 years, till today, what is the month which I have completed? There are 4 months completed, because it's like May, June, July, August, September. Now we are in October, but we have not reached 23. So obviously it is going to show me 4 months which are there. So now there is something called as day, which means after completing 4 months, how many days I have completed. Obviously the 4th month I have completed on 23rd of September. So October, till from 23rd of October I have completed how till today, sorry. So obviously I have completed 4 months on 23rd of September. So after 23rd of September till today, how many days do I have been there? So here I have write date diff, and with that date diff, what I am going to do is this, and there is a start date. Here end date, what's the end date for me today, and what's the format, what do I want after completing 4 months, how many days are completed. So month difference and then D. So after completing 4 months, 4 months were completed on 23rd of September. So till now how many days are being done? 17 days which are there. So this is what it has been calculated for me. So this was the date related operations which we discussed. Now date and time related operations are helpful for us in terms of finding how dates would be useful, how they would be helpful for us in terms of calculation, and what all functions we can utilize on the same when we want to interact with date related values which are available to us in terms of our data set. I can generate a current date, I can generate a current time as well as date. I can also find out the difference between them. So this is how it works with respect to date. Now with date as a component, there is also a component known as time. Now what does time component do? It will help me to find out the data with respect to hours, minutes and seconds. You must be knowing that time is an operation which helps us to do calculations with hours, minutes and seconds. So there is some operations. Here if you can see, I have the time which is given to me, that is 11, 25 and 30, but it's PM. Now PM in the sense with a world clock or 24-hour cycle, it would be 23, 25 and 30. So if I want to extract hours from the same, so if you can see when I am going over here, the time, this is a time operation which is happening, that needs to be there if I want to use the time related functions. Now there is a function known as hour. Now returns the number of hour which is there, which is 0 if 12 am and 23 if 11, which is there. So now if you see serial number, I'll give this is a date, and when I give this, it's showing me 23. Why do you think so it's showing me 23? Because of this PM. 11, 25, 30. It's a 24-hour cycle which is given to me. And with respect to 24-hour cycle, 11:25, so 11 hours, 25 minutes and 30 seconds PM post meridian, it's 23 with respect to the total 24-hour cycle. So if I do AM in the sense 4:12, and you can see the number of hours which are changing, it is showing me 11. So the time related component is also very important in terms of extracting the hours. If it's not in proper format, will not be able to specify a proper outcome for the same. So if I do PM, you can see it's going to show me a 24-hour cycle. Now minutes, how many minutes are there? So the format of time is HH, that's hour, colon MM, that's minutes, colon SS, that's second. So here minutes, how we can extract minutes? So here if you can see minute, you're not going to do min. Min means minimum. We are not finding the minimum value, we are finding the minutes. So minute as a function which is there. So here I'll take this, and how many minutes are there? 25. And here if I take this, there is a function known as second. So search is not there, sec is not there, it's an angle, it's a mathematical operation. So where we have to use what? Second. So how does second do? I'll take this, and how many seconds are there? 35. So this is how it is being extracted. There are certain instances where this date, let's say I select this, so this date could be shown in a general approach in this manner. This could be an operation, that date related operations are in this manner. When you have mentioned time but it's not in the customized format which is required, or not in the proper format which is required, and when you try to use an approach of hour on the same, it's working but it's not giving you a proper visibility that how does it works. So it's better when you have date in this format, go into this number formatting option and change it to what? Change it to the time operation which is there. So this is how date and time functions help us for us. Now date and time functions are very crucial because that is a very sensitive nature of data which we have, and handling them, utilizing them or approaching them in a proper manner, storing them and making it valid in a proper manner is utmost important for our lots of tasks which can happen with respect to this set of data. So this was all about date and time related functions. So I hope it is understandable for you all. So now we will be discussing about something called as text functions. Now you all must be knowing that the data could not be only in numbers or into numeric formats. The data could also be possibly into the textual representations. So what are certain text related functions which will help us to analyze and understand the text related operations? That is what we are going to understand over here. So if I talk upon text functions, the first function which we will be looking further is concatenation. Now the meaning of concatenation means connecting things together. Now what is the meaning of connecting? Connecting means bringing things together. Now there is a function known as concatenation for the same, but the same task could be done with the AND operator. If you can see on the screen, it helps us to combine multiple text in a single value as such. And in this concatenation, if you can see example, it will take data from text A and text B, and it will help us to combine them and show one such result set. So that's what we are going to see with an example over here. So if I show you, this is a data which I have with respect to the employee IDs, employee names, their email address, the job title, as well as let's say if you have salary details, and then we will be understanding a function known as concatenation. Now what is concatenation? As I said, it is bringing things together. So two textual values will be brought together. How? Let's see. First, let's see concatenation with the help of AND as a symbol, and then let's try to understand with the help of a function as such. So if I take equals to and I want to concat, let's say the employee name. The employee name is what I'm trying to concat over here with respect to plus. With respect to, I want to generate an email ID of that employee. So I can use plus, but possibly we don't use plus in terms of the textual operations. As I said, we use a symbol in terms of connecting two texts together or bringing two texts together with the help of AND symbol. So I'm writing AND over here. So taking that text and what? Now I can pass in any string if I required, or I can pass in any cell value or text value. So here I want to concat it with the help of @gmail.com. Let's say I have concatenated in that way. Now I cannot simply give this. It's not possible to simply give this because it will throw me a name error. Why a name error? Because the text or the concatenating part happens between two textual operations which are there. So here I need to give them this way. And if you could see the answer, the first name or the name of the employee has been concatenated with the @ symbol which is there. This is what we can see. Now, what is the meaning of concatenation? That is bringing things together. Imagine that I had the name of the employee and I want to concatenate the job title with the name. So what I'm going to do is, let me take equals to and let me take the two cell values. Let's say this, and let me write in an and symbol for the same, and let me take this job title. So I have considered the cell C13 and E13. C13 has the name of the employee and E13 has the job title. So if I want to combine them and show them together, this is how it looks. If you can see, name and job title, they have been connected together, but there is no space which comes along with that. I want that space to be available for my text, or let's say I want to combine them or connect them with respect to a hyphen symbol. So how I would do it? I could possibly do this by adding quotes, hyphen, quotes, and then there an and symbol. So this is how I am combining the text. And if you can see, the name of the employee hyphen the project manager has been concatenated. So this is how we do, but this approach is a concatenating with the help of a formula. As you know, I am writing the logic over here, but I don't want to write the logic. Let my Excel write the logic for the same. So we have a function created for the same known as concatenation. So let me do concat. Concat what? I wanted the name of the employee. So I have considered the name, comma. Now text 2. As I said, whatever is in square bracket, it's not mandatory. So text 2 is like, when I take this cell, it should concat with the title of the employee. That's the project title, the job title, sorry. So here if you see, I got the name and the job title concatenated together. So if I want to combine a hyphen, I have to give a text as hyphen in between them. So if I show, it looks something like this. So this is how I have concatenated or brought two strings together. So this could be possible if you have multiple text elements and you want to combine them and show it in one set column, you can use the function known as concat. So let me drag it down, and for all the employees, this has been repeated with respect to their name as well as the job title. So this was about the concat function which we had. Now, similar to concat, there are other more functions which will be helpful for us in terms of dealing with the text related data. So if you can see, there is another function known as left and right. Now what is the meaning and what is the use case of this left and right function? When I talk upon left helps us to extract text from the starting of the textual information. And when I talk upon right helps us to extract text from the backward end of the textual information. Now let's try to see how does it looks. So if I talk upon right, now what is the purpose of right? Right will help me to extract data from the backwards, that is towards the right hand side of the textual information. So I'll write right. So you can see returns a specified number of characters from the end of the text string. So it is taking from the end or the backward side. Let's say I want the last element from this. So I have just selected the cell where the textual information is available, and you can see number of characters is in square brackets. Now what does it mean that number of characters in square bracket? It's not mandatory. So what happens if I don't pass it? So when I don't pass it, it is giving me the last character, that is nothing but R. So by default, the number of characters, which means how many text elements you want to fetch, is set as 1. But what if you want to see, what if you want to extract 4 elements from the end? Will you be able to do it? Yes. So you can see that from the end of the text or the end of the text element, we were able to extract 4 such characters. Now, if I want to extract 10, will I be able to? Yes. If I write -1, will I be able to? No, because the number of characters needs to be a positive element over here, because it will count the number of characters from the right hand side or the backward side in order to fetch it and give it for our textual information. So this was about right. Now let's discuss something about left. So what is the purpose of left? As right was fetching the text element from the backward of the text, the left is going to fetch the element from the forward end of the textual information. So when I talk upon left, returns a specified number from the start, that is the forward or the beginning of the text string. So I have considered this. Here also you can see the same set of parameters are there. The very first element, what it requires is a text, and the next element is the number of characters, but this also is mentioned in square bracket, which means that it's not mandatory to mention. As we saw in right, when we don't pass a number of characters, it was considering only one by default, but we can give if required. So if I consider from here and I want the, let's say, I don't pass anything, so it's going to give me the first character from the beginning of the text or from the start of the text. And if I pass a certain element, let's say 4, it is going to give me first 4 elements or first 4 characters from the beginning of the text. So this was all about the left and right text related operations which we can do on a textual data as such. So this is how it has extracted the data from the right hand side and also from the left hand side of the textual information. So proceeding further, we have another text related operation which is nothing but trim. Now what is the purpose of trim? Trim means trimming. Now what it is trying to trim? It is trying to trim up extra white spaces into my textual information. Now, there could be possibly that when I enter some text, there could be unnecessary spaces which could come across into my data, and that makes the textual representation very odd or not so good looking in terms of understanding or in terms of its representation. So if I want to deal with those unnecessary white spaces, I could trim it possibly. Now trim as a function will help me to exclude all the unnecessary white spaces or escape all the unnecessary white spaces which are there into my textual information. So as said that it removes all the text except for a single space between the words. So if there is a single space between the words, that would be kept, but unnecessary extra spaces would be removed. So if I show this with an example over here, you could see that trim as a function is available to me. So, but where could I apply a trim? If you can see the names which I have, yes, there is one space, there is one space. Here in the first name, I could see one more extra space which is available. Now, here in the another one, you could see that there is unnecessary extra space at the beginning of the text. And here if you can see, there is unnecessary extra space within the words. So I want to get rid of all those extra spaces. So at that particular instance, I will use something called as trim. So how does a trim work? Here, I'll just write trim. So removes all the spaces from text string except for the single spaces between words. That's what it is trying to justify me. Now, if I go and select this text, you could see the difference. This is how it looks initially and this is how it looks now. So it's unnecessary extra space which was there has been removed from my data. So if I drag it down and copy the same below, you can see all the unnecessary spaces. Like for this name, if I do shift and space. You could see for this name there was an unnecessary extra space at the beginning of the text that I don't want. I want to get rid of it. So I have tried to get rid of it with the help of a trim function. So all the unnecessary white spaces has been removed. So this is the purpose of a trim statement or a trim function into my Excel. Now, if I want to talk upon the other functions which are possibly available in terms of text. So there are lots of functions which are available in terms of text, such as clean, exact, length, lower, proper, upper, mid, and replace. Now let's try to see how does they work. So I have a function known as proper. Now what is the meaning of proper? Proper means converting a data into proper case. Now what is the meaning of a proper case? Let's say I have my name and I have written the first name of the name in small case. Let's say if I write it for an example. So you can see I have written Jagrati, and here the first name is in small case, but when I want to show it in a representation, I want the first word of my name to be capitalized and rest all of the words into its small case. So if I want to achieve that kind of logic with respect to my text statement, I'll definitely use something called as proper. So if I show you over an example, so here you can see proper. So proper converts a text into proper case, that is the first letter of each word to uppercase. So each space separated word will have its first words separated with the help of an uppercase. So, and all the other words would be in lowercase. So if I take proper and if I select this and do the same, you can see the first character of my name has been into an uppercase, but rest all of them are in small case. So if I see with my table, that kind of approach I required, where there are certain names where the first letter is upper, but after a space, I want the another letter also to be in the uppercase. So here if you can see, unnecessary uppercases are between apart from the second word character. So here you can also see unnecessary uppercases are there within the text. So I want to get rid of it and I want to make it into proper case. Instead of using this cell information, I'll use this cell information which has been trimmed so that the unnecessary white spaces are not there. Why I am using this cell information? Because if I use this, it is just changing my text into proper case, but the white spaces will still be at its place. I don't want that white spaces to be there into my textual information. So what I'll do, I'll take the trim data. So let's say I did proper and I'll select this. And then there is no other value required. You can see the difference, how it was looking initially and how it looks now. So the first letter of each word has been converted into uppercase, and it's not about only this, but if you could see the rest of the text, it has also been converted into proper case. So it makes the data representation better in terms of its understanding. And this is how the proper as a function works for us. So this was all about proper. Now, there is another functions, just a second. So now there are another functions which are possibly available to us. The next one is len. Now what is the meaning of len? Len means the length. Now length of what? Length of text. Let's say I have passed in a name and my name is consisting of 7 letters. So the length of the text would be 7. So what it is doing, the len function is counting out the length of the characters or length of the elements which are there into my text string. So here if I show that len, as you can see, it counts the number of characters in a text string. So len of what? Let's take len of this name. Now len of this name is going to be what? 14. Now it has also counted the white space which was there. because white space or a space or any special character which you mentioned, that is also amongst the character information which is there, and that is also amongst the textual information which is given, and that is also counted as a character. So if I remove, let's say, if I take len of this, len of this, it would definitely show me what, 16. Why? Because the extra white spaces which were there has been also considered over here. So here you can see there were extra white spaces which were possibly available for us, that has been also counted. So it's better to trim my data and then take the len statement, so unnecessary white spaces would not be considered over here. So that is an approach of len. It's not possibly that only for a textual information this length is possible. Let's say I enter my phone number over here and I want to see how many digits do I enter. So with the help of len statement, I can definitely check that how many digits I have entered. That's a 9-digit number which I have entered. Now if I give a question mark, now if I want to go at the end of the number of characters, I'll press F2 key, that's the function key. So I'll go at the end of the characters and let's say I'll pass in A, B, C, D, E and F. You could see the len changing. Now if I pass in any special characters as such, let's say @ and so on, you could see the length is obviously changing for us. So this is the len statement or the len function which helps us to calculate the length of characters which is available into my text related informations which are there. So show you len of the names. So this is how a len function works. This is how a len function works, and this is how length of the characters would be calculated for the same. Now proceeding further with the next approach is nothing but clean. Now what is the meaning of clean? Clean means cleaning. What do I have to clean? With the help of trim, I have obviously tried to clean what? Clean the unnecessary white spaces which are there. But what is there available for me to clean again? It could be something else. It could be something unnecessary characters or unprintable characters which are there. Now what are unprintable characters? If I show you with an example, there is a function known as char. Now char will give me some Unicode characters, some ASCII characters which are associated with each number. So if I show you that char 15, it's like an empty character which is not possibly helpful for me in terms of analysis. Now I don't want this to be into my text. So if I do char 15 and I do and let's say I pass in my name, or let's say without passing the name, let us take the proper case element. You could see all the names have that unnecessary extra character available at my end. If I do trim, just observe, if I do trim on the same, it's still maintaining that character because it's not an white space. It's an unnecessary character which could occur into my data due to unusual text element interruptions or unusual data entries which had happened. So I don't want that entries to be affecting my analysis. I don't want that such of characters to be a part of my text. So what I will possibly do is I'll try to clean it. Now how do I clean it? We have an approach of clean. Now clean helps me to remove all the unnecessary characters which were there. So let me write it, update it, updated value and clean. Let me talk upon a clean function. How I will do? I'll use an approach of what? Clean. So what does clean do? Removes all the non-printable. Now these characters are non-printable characters, not acceptable characters. Sometimes this can give errors to us. So I'm removing all the non-printable characters from this. So I have considered this. And you could see that the part which was there, the character part which was there into my text has been removed. So here this is how it looks, and all the text informations are rid of all the unnecessary non-printable characters which are there into my text. So clean as a function helps me to remove all those unnecessary unprintable characters which are available into the textual information for the better analysis of my data. So this was all about the clean as a function. Now let's proceed further in terms of understanding the next functions which is possible. Now, let's proceed further in terms of understanding the next possible function which is possibly available to us. Now, the next function with respect to text is nothing but a lowercase. Now, what do you think so? What's a lowercase? Now, lowercase is something in small alphabets, that is small a to small z. So, if I have a textual information, I don't want it in uppercase, I don't want it in lowercase, I want all the text into one particular case. I don't want the proper case to be there. I'll repeat this. Um, so now we will be talking about another textual functions that is nothing but lower. Now, what is the purpose of lower as a function? Now, lowercase means having the alphabets into small abcd, that is small a to small z. Now, why that kind of function is required? Imagine that you have a textual information and you want to maintain the case of the data. Maintain the case means I don't want any letter to be in uppercase, I don't want any letter to be in lowercase, or I don't want the proper case to be there. I want all the textual information in a same case format, in same case statement. So at that time I can consider a lower case at that approach. What does lower will do? Whatever is the textual approach, like you have capital A, capital B, capital C, capital D, then small a, small b, small d, it will lowercase all the textual information which is there. That is, if I show you over here, I have cleaned this text. So if I show you lower, it will take the text and it will make it a lowercase. So there is no uppercase or there is no proper case maintained into the text. All of the textual information follows the same case statement. So it could be possibly there that you are working on some data and they don't want a proper case to be followed. They don't want unnecessary upper and lower case jumbling between the text. They want the textual information to be in one case. At that time, you can use lower text. So that's what we have done in terms of lower. Now, if there are numbers into my textual information, that's fine. Numbers are also a part over here. So numbers can also be there, but numbers cannot be in lowercase or uppercase, or any special characters cannot be in lowercase and uppercase. So they will be as it is. What is happening in terms of lowercase? All the textual information, all the alphabetic information is being converted into a lowercase, that is small alphabetic format. Now, there is something called as upper. As the lowercase was converting all the textual information into a small alphabetic format, what if I want to convert all the textual information into the capitalized or all in the capital alphabetic format, that is capital A to capital Z? Here also I am making the format of the text in one particular format. So for this, I will take help of upper. So similar to lower, there is a function known as upper. So converts all the string related information into uppercase. So it will take this information, and if you could possibly see, there is no proper case maintained. All the information is now into uppercase. So upper and lower as a function in terms of text, I can bring all the textual information in one particular format. It could be all in lowercase or it could be all in uppercase as such. So this was all about textual functions with respect to lower and upper. Now we will be discussing about the next text function, which is nothing but find. Now, what is the purpose of find? Find means finding some element into my text. Now, what do I want to find from my text? Imagine that there is a textual information and I want to find out that a particular character or a text information is possibly available or not. So, for that particular instance, I'll use something called as find. So, if I talk upon a find as a function, what it does, it returns the position. Now it will find the particular text and it will give me the position, means at what particular number or at what particular position the string or the element has been found. So it will find that string with respect to another string. Now find is a case sensitive. Now what does it means? Let's try to understand that. So when I take find as a function, let's say I have considered my data which is there in proper case and I want a text to be find as R. Now I'll write small r over here. You could see. Now within that text, So now we'll see how does a find function work. So over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to utilize find. Now with respect to find, what do I want to find? The first parameter which is required is nothing but the find text. So what do I want to find? I want to find R. So here you can see I have written R in terms of smaller case. Smaller case in the sense lower case. And within the text, from where do I want to find? From this proper element. This is from where I have to find. And here I have given this information that I want to find a small r into my name, which is this. Now you could see r is possibly at two positions. It is firstly at the first position or at the backwards position, which is possibly available. So now when I am trying to search for this, you could see it is giving me 11th position. It is not giving me the first position. Why? Because find is a case sensitive. As we understood that it's case sensitive, what is the meaning of case sensitive? The way you mention the word, the same pattern it will go and search. It will understand that you have mentioned lowercase, so it will search for lowercase. It will understand if you have mentioned uppercase, so it will search for an uppercase statement. So if I would have possibly written R in capital, it's going to give me the number, that is the position of this text in the given textual information which is there. So this is the purpose of find. So find is helping me to find a particular element from the textual elements and return at what position this element is found. But with respect to find, there is one more function which looks very similar to find, known as search. Now, what is the purpose of search? As the name suggests, it is also going to search. Now, find is also finding something, search is also finding something. But what is the major difference between both of them? As find was case sensitive, search is not so case sensitive. Let's try to see how it is. So, if I write search, so returns a number of character at which position a specific character or string is first found, means wherever it is found. Reading left to right, and you can see not case sensitive. Reading left to right means from the beginning till the end of the text. And it has mentioned that it's not case sensitive, which means it will not specifically go if you have written capital R, it is not finding capital R specifically. It is just finding R over there. It could be capital, it could be small. So if I take the help of search, and what is a find text which I want to find? So let's say I write it in small r. And within the text, where does I want this to be searched? I want this to be searched in this proper statement. So it's there. And then start number, end number, I can give from which numbers I want to start this counting or start finding the element. So I can give that. But if I skip, it is by default going to find in the entire text. So you could see here it is giving me 1, but that small r was possibly at the 11th position, which we got with respect to find. But as said, search is not case sensitive, which means it is just finding the element. For it, the specific pattern is not required. But for find, if you are writing capital R, it will search for capital R. If you are writing small r, it will search for small case r. So this is a major difference between find and search. So find is also used to find certain elements and give the position of that element, that where does it occur. Search is also giving me the position. Search is also giving me the index position of that element where it has occurred. But the major difference between them is related to case sensitivity. That one is case sensitive and another is not. So many a times we preferably choose to use find instead of search. Now, this was, so you could see that for certain element it is giving me no value because that element is not found. There is an error where it has not found for us. So that's why there is a value error, because the value has been not found and the index has not written for the same. So here we have understood something related to find and search as a text statement. So it could be possibly there that there is a big textual information given to me and I want to see if a particular element is found in the text or not. So at that particular instance, I can definitely choose find. If I want case sensitivity to be there, I can choose search. If I don't require the case sensitivity to be maintained into my data outcome. So this was find and search, and let's try to use two text function together. Let's say that I want to return only the first name. I want to return only the first name with respect to proper case. If you could see, I have written Rocco Anderson. So that's the name. From that particular name, before the space, that is Rocco, I want to extract. Obviously, I want to start extracting the text from the beginning of the element or from the beginning of the text information. So if I want to start the search or start the fetching operation in terms of the beginning of the text element, I will take help of left. As we have seen, that left function helps me to extract the data from the beginning. So I write left. So here I am writing left as a function, so it helps me. It will take this name, and how many letters is the name? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You can see there are 5 letters in the first name before the space, so I give the number of characters as 5. And you could see Rocco has been extracted. This is what I required and this is what I expected to give as an outcome. But obviously for all the names it would not be 5. For the next name, you can see Hank as a name. It's a 4-letter word. So I cannot write number of characters as 5, because if I write, an unnecessary space would have been considered. If you can see Barney, it's like a 6-letter word, and you can see the text has not been extracted into its proper format. Why? Because I wanted to extract the names before space. But I don't know where does the space lie. So what I could possibly do is over here, that is, I'll try to use left but with respect to either find or search. Now as you know, we have just seen find. Find will help me to find the particular character, particular text information, and at what position does it lie. So if I write left and as a text, let's say from here, I write number of characters. So how many number of characters are there with me? So number of characters. So if you see number of characters which are there. Now I don't know specifically how many number of characters are there with us. So for that instance, I will write something called as search, because it's a space which I am finding. I can write find as well. There is no particular problem as such. So I'm writing search. Now what do I want to search? Search is the space which is there. Search from where? Search from this name. So when I simply write this function, you can see I've written this. It is giving me a value as 6. You can press function F9 to get what outcome this function is going to give. I can do Control Z to go back to my operation. So here if you see the outcome of that particular text which is there or that particular function is what? 6th. So at 6th position you can see a space as an element is found. So is it true? So let's check. You can see Rocco as 1, R as 1, O as 2, C as 3, 4 as C as 4, O as 5, and you can see space has been occurred at the 6th position which is there and it has extracted correctly. So here when I give and when I enter, you can see Rocco has been extracted 6th position, which means a space is also incorporated with it. I don't want that space to be a part of it. So what I could possibly do is, here when the search has been finding, I'll write -1. So what does -1 will do? 6 means -1, that is 5. So first 5 characters would be there. For the next one, let's say for 5th position there is space. So first 4 characters are named. So 5 minus 1 is 4. So if you could see, an extra white space would be removed at the end. So this was the left and the search used together. So this is how you can use 2 text functions together. Let's see another example and let's see how does find works for the same. So let's say I'll write left with find. So imagine there is an email address of the employee and I want to search an element before the @ symbol. Obviously before the @ symbol is what I want to search. So where does it lie is, I'll write left and I'll take the text element. Let's say this is a text element which is there, comma, and I'll write something called as find. So find, as I said, it will also find the element, it will give the index position, just it's a case sensitive approach. So I'll write @ that this is what I wanted to find where in the same text. If you can see in this name, and I have written. So what would be the possible answer for this? If I see this, what is the answer? 19th. So at the 19th position, this @ is possibly available to us. So if I go and do this, you can see the outcome is having the characters that is correct. That is from Rocco _ Anderson and the number which is mentioned by them. But you could also see that @ is allocated because from the start till the 19th, and 19th was the position where that character was observed. I don't want this character, so as I did earlier, that I'll do -1, and you could see that character or the text element which I wanted to search has been eliminated. That is @ symbol is not there. Now it depends on you if you want to take it into outcome, if you don't want to take it. So this is how we have extracted the element with the help of a find and search. So this was combining multiple text functions together. Now there are few more text functions which we can consider. Let's say if I talk upon mid. Mid is from the middle. Now middle from where? So mid is a function which will help me to give a text, but it does not require only the number of characters, because left and right was like how many elements from the start, how many elements from the left or from the end. Left and right where how many elements from the beginning or from the start of the text, how many elements were there from the end of the text. But here I want this mid means from the middle element. Now what is a middle element? Some value from the start, some value from the end, and I want the middle portion to be extracted. So how I will do? It's a bit lengthy function which is there. So like mid, the text, what is the start number? Let's say the third position, till, let's say, I'll say the end number of characters from the third position, number of characters which are there. So here you can see from the third position till the 10th character is what has been extracted. So mid is going to find out the middle element from the start and the end number of the text index position. This is all about the mid statement. So if you want to search something or find something or extract some text information from the middle of the text, you'll obviously use something called as mid statements. Now, there is replace and substitute. Now if you take replace, so replace, it replaces a part of the text, which means it has an older text. It will take the start number, the number of characters, and the new text. That is, let's say I'll take this older text. I want to start it from the first. I want to go till the 5th number of characters. And what is a new text which I want to give? So new text is like Josh, and this is what I have given. So here you can see it has replaced. Replace means removing the older text and uploading a newer text. But it is asking me a start index position and an end index position, which is there. So replace helps us to replace a particular text element from the start number of characters or for a specified number of characters which are there. So with respect to replace, there is also a function known as substitute. So with respect to replace, there is also a function known as substitute. Now substitute will also do this text. It will also replace an older text with a newer text, but it does not require that start number of characters and end number of characters. It will take the element, let's say this, and I'll just write the name. Let's say I'll write Rocco. I want to replace Rocco with Josh. You could see it is not asking me the start number of characters or end number of characters. It is just asking me what text you want. So give me the text which you want to replace. With what text you want to replace. So here you can see it is substituting an older element with a newer element. So there is something where if we want to replace certain elements or substitute some text elements from another text elements, we will use something called as replace and substitute. So this was all about the text functions which are possibly available to us. This all are helpful for us in terms of understanding how a text related operations work and how text related analysis could be done. Some of them help us to actually make the analysis of the textual information clear in terms of understanding and also in terms of representation as such. So this was all about text functions or text related operations which we can do with the help of several functions which are available into the Excel. But here if you see, there is one more function specifically known as text. What is the purpose of that function? So there is one more function specifically known as text. So text function lets you change the way a number is represented, which means now this function is specifically for the numeric information to better up its representation. So it helps you to represent a number into its specific format by making it more useful in terms of display format or into readable format, giving certain symbols and text related operations which you could possibly do with your number related task. So there is one more function known as text, which is specifically dedicated for representing a number or number related information in terms of its readable manner. So we will see how that will help us to make those analysis. Here, if you can see, there are certain numbers available to me. There is 239090.5656. I want to represent it into a particular format, which means I want to give it a dollar symbol. Now everyone knows that formatting is available from here in the home tab. There is a group known as number which possibly allows us for formatting. There is also a shortcut key which is possibly there, which is control plus 1. So control plus 1, you could see that the formatting cells options are available to us in terms of changing a number into its specific format. So if I want to change a number into its specific format, you could see we can do lots of things over here. There is currency format and so on. But I want to use a text function and do this operation. So here there is a function known as text. Now what does text do? Text converts a value into a specific format which you required. Now what is a specific format which you required? Let's say in this I take this value. Now you could see two parameters are there over here. One is value which you want to format and another is format text. Now with what format you want it to be represented when it is showcased into the output. So now if you could see, now the format which I will give is into quotes because it's a text format which I am trying to give. So I wanted a dollar symbol over here. I wanted 3 numbers. So I've written 3 numbers. I wanted a comma for the same and I still require 3 more numbers after comma. So this is a format which I have given dot and I require 2 numbers. So here you can see with the help of hash I have given. So what is the number? 239090.5656. It will be converted into dollar 239, 090 full stop 56. Now 5656. If you can see, I am asking only 2 characters after 56. So the another 56 would not be there, but it will definitely round off. Now what is the meaning of round off? You must be knowing that after decimal, if the value is 5 or greater than 5, it will plus 1, or if it is less than 5, the number will be as it is. So here if you can see, I want 2 decimal values after the particular number. So there are 4. So for the third number, if the value is 5 or greater than 5, it will plus 1. That is, it should not give me 56, it should give me 57. Let's see how does it works. And you could see that the format which I was talking about, that I want to start it with a dollar symbol. I want to give 3 numbers and after 3 numbers I required a comma, then another 3 numbers and then there is a full stop, and after the full stop I want 2 values. So it has rounded off my data and showed me this approach. So this is a text related functions which we can do with respect to adding a currency element or a numeric element or doing rounded off changes into my decimal elements. So with respect to this, there is one more text function which can help us to deal with date related operations. Now as you know, this date format is according to my system format, that it first take the month, then the day, and then there is year. But I want to change it into different formats. So how I can do? First, let me show you how it could possibly do in terms of the formatting option. So if I use control plus 1, so it is giving me formatting, and you could see it's a date formatting which has opened. Instead of going into dates, you can see this format or this format or this format. You can see whatever format I selected, the sample outcome is probably available for us, and this is what we are looking for, because I don't want a default format which is there. I want to change or customize the format. So I can select from this or I can go in custom. In the custom also, there are lots of operations available to us. If you can see, there are lots of customized approach given to us. But I don't want this. I want it to be changing into a proper format. So if I remove all the type, you could see it's a Unicode number which is given to us. Now I want to give formats. Now formats for months, formats for days, and formats for years differ. If I just write M, you could see 10. That is a month name which is given for me. Now, if let's say the month is January, it will just give me 1. Month is year October, so it is giving me 10. But what if the month was January? With 1M, it will just give me the value as 1. But if I pass another M, there is no such change into month as October because it was having a 2-digit element. But what if the month was January? If I pass 2M, it will not show me 1, it will show me 0, 1. So there will be a 0 associated with that month number. So you could see that MM I'm getting 10 because it's in October, it's a 2-digit month number which is there. Now if I pass in one more N, what it is giving me? It is giving me the short form of the month. Now which month is this? October. So you could see that short form of the month is October. So there is one more M which I will possibly give, and you could see that it's a full name of the month. So if I want the full name of the month, would be possibly available to us. Now, will I give another M over here, or will that change my result set? The answer is yes. If you give a 5M statement, it is just giving me the first initial of the month. Now, first initial of the month for October, okay, if it is giving me O, I'll definitely understand if it's in October because there is no such month starting with O. But what if the month was April? If I give 5M, it will show me A in the outcome. But when I'm analyzing, I'll definitely get confused. Is this A April or is this A for the August? Or let's say the month is May. But if I give 5M, it is showing me M. So is it talking about March or is it trying to display something related to May? So that analysis would be challenging bit. So there are 5M in terms of formatting a date in terms of months, but we probably stick to 4M format because it's more readable, more understandable, and gives a proper outcome which we require or desire. Now, with respect to October, there is one more format which could be possible. Now, this was all about months. When we want to format the days, so we have D. Now, if you can see, it's 11th of October, so obviously D is giving me 11. But what if it was 2nd of October? So this D would have been 2. If I give DD, so it will be 0, 2. Here it's 11, so it will stay 11. If I give one more D, it will give me the short form of the day on which it was there. And if I pass in one more D, it's giving me the full form of the day. If I give one more D, there is no such change because that's the only approach which is required. Till 4 Ds, it's fine. It will give us the outcome. Now, this was the day format, and similarly, we have something for the years. If I give 1Y, you could see the last 2 initials or last 2 digits of your year. That is, if it's 2024, it's like 24. If it's, but specifically we give YY to make it more readable, more understandable, to give 2-digit elements in the year, the last 2 elements. Now, if I give 3Y, you could see it's showing 2024. 4Y, you can see it's 2024. So, for just extracting only the year number, you will write 24, and if you want to extract the whole 4-digit number, you will write YYY 4 times. So, these are specifically the formats which are required for us, but I don't require this as such, so I'll be sticking to the format which is there, M, D and Y, and I'll try to change it. So I'll consider text function over here, and in that I'll consider my date. Now with respect to this date, what do I require? I require a formatted text. Now what is the format of the text which I require? As we have seen now, that we can give a particular format with respect to M, with respect to D, and with respect to Y. So let's see how it proceeds. So if I want the day, I write DD. If I write 1D, it's fine for me because it's a 2-digit date which is there. But if it was a 1-digit date, I would probably require DD so that a 0 and the date number is possibly shown to us. So I'm writing DD, and here I can give a hyphen, I can give a space, I can give a comma, whatever I require. So I want this format where DD is extracted, and then I want a hyphen to be associated, and then I give 3 M's. Now, what is the meaning of 3M? 3M means the short form of the month. That is, if it's October, it will show me OCT. If it's April, it will show me APR, and so on. So here, if I give this and then there is a hyphen, I pass in 2 Y's. Now, 2Y means just the last 2 digits of my year. So that will be extracted. So here you can see this is a format of the date which we have extracted from the date which was possibly available to us. Now, if you want to give a space between them, you could possibly give it. If you want to insert a comma, you can insert it. So the way you format your text with respect to a text function, in order to that format, the date will be available to you or it will be represented. So here, let's say, as I mentioned, that 5 M's are not so possibly good in terms of a representation for a month. So if I write 5M, you could see that it is showing me O. So O is not required over here. Why? Because O is just giving me the first initial of the month. And it's not a proper representation of the date or the month operations which are there. So let's stick to 4M over here. Now, let's talk upon time as an operation. Now, as we saw that date could be formatted according to the format which I require, possibly a time can also be formatted into the format which is available to me or which is required to me. Now, in order to format time, we know that time will be segregated into hours, minutes, and seconds. So, let's try to see if I give like text. And if I take this value, now this value is consisting of time. So as time and date both are a crucial operations with respect to data, so we have to possibly deal with it carefully. So here I'm considering the formatting text. Now here the format which I require is I want H and I want colon and I give M's. Now this M would be possibly the bigger M. I'm trying to give Y because it's the minute related operations. For small m's, we have the date related operations. I'll possibly try to give the uppercase M over here. If I want second, I can give the second, which are there. So, and here I'll write AM or PM. So it depends on the time which I have incorporated. If it belongs to the AM time, it will give me AM. If it belongs to PM, it will give me PM. And you could see 3:15 AM. This time was belonging to 3:50 AM. If it was a 24-hour clock cycle, it would have shown me PM if possibly there. Let's say it's 11:30 PM or 23 is a date which I have passed on. So if I show with an example 23, 34 and 00, you could see it is showing me 11:34 PM. So if I change the time as 22:30 and I give this, you could see it is showing us in this format. Now this is not possibly available here, so you can go in general, you can go and you can convert it into time, and with respect to time you could see that it's a PM which is being extracted over here. So this is how we can format a time related operation with the help of text function. Similarly, if you want that decimal into a fraction related approach. Now what's a fraction related approach? Let's try to see. I have this number, let's say this, and I have a fraction. Let's say question mark, fraction, question mark. If I give like this, it's going to show me this value 3.78 is possibly available by which number divided by which number. Let's try to see. 34 divided by 9, so equals to 34 divided by 9, and it's giving us this value 3.777. So if we round it off, it's 3.78. So this number was possibly available with fraction. If we want to extract this fraction, we have extracted it over here. So question mark, fraction, question mark. So we have extracted the fraction related operation over here. So with a number which is possibly available, we can also do this formatting. Now, if you could see, this is a phone number which is given to me, and I want to give this now +91 according to the country codes which are there. So if I want to give that format with my phone number which is available to me, I'll do equals to text. Obviously, I'll take this value, and here the format would be +91. That is, in the beginning I want +91. If I want a hyphen, I can add a hyphen, and I just add hashes. 3 hashes are fine. It will take the entire number for us. If you could see that the number which I have passed 9969069,818, you could see that the updated text with respect to the format which was required to me has been converted. So this is how you can convert possibly a phone number into a format which you require or which you want. Now, if you could see, it's a percentage, and I want to show in terms of percentage. So 0.7566, it will be 75.7. If I add 1 decimal, if I add 2, then it's like 66, and if I don't want anything, I could like write 75 or like 75.6, which will be rounded off as 76. So how I can use a text function in order for the percentage part? So I'll take this text and I'll give this value. Now if I do 0 and percentage, if I do 0 and percentage, it is showing me 76%. Now what is the meaning of 76%? First two elements definitely will be a percentage format, and after decimal it would be 75.66, but after decimal I don't want any number, so it is taking it like after decimal. If you see 6 is 5 or greater than 5, so it is a rounding off operation which is happening over here. So if you want 1 decimal, so you'll write 0.0. You could see that after the percentage 1 decimal is being given, that is 75.66, so it will be 75.66, but 1 decimal is required, so the next element 6 will be rounded off and it will happen 7 for us. So here if you can see 75.7%, that has been extracted. Now if you just want certain zeros to be incorporated with a number, how you could do is the text as a function. I'll take this value, and here I'll just simply write 8 zeros. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what will happen over here? 1, 2, 3, 4 will be at the last. The number which I have passed will be at the end. And before that there will be a 0 associated. So here you can see 4 zeros initially, and rest are the 4 numbers which are there with us. So this is how text as a particular function which is possibly available to us in terms of formattings. Now these formattings are possibly available to us with respect to the numeric information in order to give a proper and a better representation of my numeric data. So this is how a text related function works, and this is how we can use for our analysis or for our formatting if we want to format numbers and convert it into a particular representation. So this was all about text function and how we can use it in terms of a real world scenario. So now we will be discussing upon a newer concept, which is something related to sorting. filtering, and certain data operations which we could possibly do in terms of Excel. Now, what is the first meaning of sorting? Let's say sorting in general is known as arranging. Now, sorting in Excel is a fundamental skill that greatly enhances your analysis capability. Now, why it enhances a specific data analysis capability for us? Let's say there are numbers given to me and all are in shuffled order, and I want to arrange them and bring them in one format. Now, obviously, I'll arrange it into the format of either ascending or descending so that it helps me for the better analysis of the data. So, that is one way where sorting could be possibly available or helpful for us. Now, sorting in Excel, as it's one of the important concepts which helps in order of arrangement, it helps in order of representation, it also helps in order of proper visualization of your data. So, when you're dealing with simple or complex sorting, you can take help of Excel in terms of making it sure that your data is being arranged, that is meaning of sort, into either ascending or descending. So if you could see in your image, I have certain alphabets such as B, C, D and A, or well in shuffle ordered. Now if I sort them, if I arrange them with respect to ascending, you could see A, B, C, D is an order which is being followed over here. But if I sort them with respect to descending, you can see D, C, B, A. That is Z to A format which has happened. So now this helps me in terms of arranging the data properly. One. Second is nothing but a clear representation of it. So that's the purpose of sorting. So sorting and filtering, both the approaches which are possibly available to us together, that helps me in terms of analyzing the data, filtering the data, or visualizing the data in terms of its relevant format. Now, let's try to see how does a sorting operation would work. So if you could see, I have a data available to me at my end which is related to employees details. So I have employee IDs, I have the name of the employee, I have the department, I have the designation of the employee. Also, I have the date of the employee when he or she was hired, and then there is an annual salary of the employee in US dollars. Now, I want to possibly do certain operations with respect to sorting and filtering. As discussed, let us first look about sorting, or let us first have a proper view about sorting operations. Now, as I said, sort will help me to arrange my data into either ascending or descending order, as said. But if you could see the names are not in proper format. So let me bring them in proper format first and then start our analysis. So here I am writing a function known as proper. Now, as we discussed, that proper function is something which will make the text into a proper case where the first element will be in uppercase and the another element would be, or the rest of the elements would be in lowercase. So I'll take this data with us. So it has converted into proper case, if you could see. And let's try to use this below. So it has done for us, but here if you can see this value, the Lisa Taylor, there is unnecessary white spaces which I can see. So I definitely need to trim it. So I don't want unnecessary white spaces which are there. So let's try to trim it. Now what I'll do is, I'll take this, I'll do F2, function F2, and you could see I am doing trim. Now with respect to this, so what it will do, it will trim the data after doing the proper case of the text. It will trim up the operations or trim up the data or remove all the unnecessary white spaces which are there, and you could see, yes, all the unnecessary white spaces are removed, and this is the final outcome which I got. I want this to be replaced into my full name. So How I can do it? Let's say I do control C. You know that control C is nothing but copy. So I'll do control C and here I'll do control V. It's showing me error. That's a reference error. Why this kind of error occurs? Let's do control Z. If you could see here, what is the value? That this is a value which is shown in cell, but behind the cell, if you could see, there is what? There is a function being running. There is a formula which is being executed. So if I copy and paste at that particular instance, what is happening? The value is being copied, but also with respect to its formula. So if you see with respect to the formula which is there, what is the value which is being referred? It is trying to refer B2. But when I copy and paste it, that reference is not available to us, and that's why it is giving me a reference error. So if I do control Y, redo, okay. So if I do it again, you could see this reference error has been occurred. So if I do this, the reference error being occurred. Why? Because that cell was referring to B2. So there is a reference error because no value for reference is found. I don't want to do this approach. I don't want to do this approach. I just want the values to be pasted, and I don't want any formula or any function which is running behind the cell to be pasted over here. So what I could possibly do is, instead of using paste in general, in the clipboard option there is something called as paste special, but it's not activated yet. So let's try to first copy and then we can see it will be activated. So I'll do control shift and down arrow key. I'll do control C. So it has been copied, and here if you could see in the home tab in a clipboard group, the paste option is available. When I do this, we do control V, that's the paste, that's the basic paste, but there is an arrow associated, so which can help me to do paste specials. Now what are paste specials? When you do control V, it pastes everything. There is a format, there is a cell color, there is a cell boundary or any function, any formula, everything would be pasted. But if I just want that specific values to be pasted and shown in the outcome, I'll do paste special. Now if you see this operations are available. So first what we will do is, I have copied the value, I'll be in this cell. Here I want to paste it, so I'll go in paste special. So I can go from here, or I can right click, and here also the paste option or paste special options would be possibly available to us. So let's go over here. You can see what is this? This is a basic paste which happens, and you can see when I hover on each paste option, that will be shown. So basic paste which happens with control V. So it is pasting the value, the format, the function, the formula which is being associated with the cell. So it is pasting everything. Now if you see it, if you want to just paste the formulas, you can paste the formulas. If you want formula and number formatting to be pasted, you can do it. If you want to keep the source formatting, so whatever formatting was there, let's say borders, cell colors, everything, if you want to keep it, you can. You could see it is trying to keep the borders of the format which are there. It is trying to transpose. Transpose means rows to it is trying to keep the column width. So if the column width is huge, so that width will also be pasted. And here if you could see, it is trying to transpose. Now what is the meaning of transpose? Transpose means rows to columns and columns to rows. So that is possibly available over here. But there are other paste options where if you can see this, if you can see the behind outcome, when I select any one of this, it's showing me what error. So if I select any one amongst this, it is showing me what error. But when I go and paste values, your laptop hang हो रहा है. So if you see, if I select any one amongst the first options, it is showing me the reference errors because it is considering the formulas, values which are there. So if you just want the values, you can consider this. So there is a paste values available for us. Now paste values with respect to formula or the formats, the source formats with respect to the number formatting which is there. So if you just see this, so the values would be pasted. If you see this, the numbers, if there is a number formatting, that would be pasted, and then there is a keep source formatting option. Now there are other paste options as well, let's say formatting, and then there is links if there are available, there is image, if there is image and a link picture, that will be possibly available. But I just want the values to be pasted, so I have selected this. For certain of the systems, you can do Control Shift and V, and that will possibly help you to solve this problem in terms of pasting only the values. But certain of the instances that doesn't work. So if that doesn't work, you can go to Paste Specials and do this operation as such. So we have pasted the value. Now I can delete this part. So I'll select the entire thing. Now remember one thing, if you do backspace, it's not a good approach to do because it is only eliminating the first cell information. If I just press the delete key, so the selected cells, all the information would be deleted. So this has done. So I have tried to eliminate that part. Now if you can see, my data looks in proper format, and let's try to apply sort. Now where is the sorting option available? Sorting means arranging option available. In the home tab itself, you can see that editing group of the home tab has something related to sort and filter. Now many people think that sort and filter as an option is possibly available to us together, which means both of them are same. Both of them are not same. If I talk upon sorting, sorting is just arranging the elements which are there. So it deals only with respect to arrangement. Filter operations are something different, which we will be eventually discussing. So if I do sort and filter, organize your data so it's easier to analyze. So if I select on this, you could see oldest to newest, newest to oldest. Why it is showing that kind of approach? Because the cell which I have inserted, the cell position over here is into date. So whenever there are date related operations, you'll always see that the date will be sorted in terms of oldest to newest in terms of ascending, and newest to oldest with respect to descending order. Now when it comes to numbers, and when you see this option, you can see it's dealing with smallest to largest and largest to smallest. That's the ascending, smallest to largest, and descending is largest to smallest. Now if you can see with respect to text, the sorting operations with respect to ascending and descending would be possibly available to us as A to Z and Z to A. So let's try to do A to Z. You could see this has sorted my data. Now the sorting, the department, I've sorted on the basis of department because the department has sorted in alphabetical order. If I want to remove the sorting, I'll do Control Z. This is how I have removed the sorting operations, the sorting task which has happened. Now I can also press Control Shift L, a shortcut key, in order to get the filter buttons. Now why I am trying to incorporate a filter buttons over here? Because I am discussing something about sort. If you can see, sort and filter options are possibly available to us together. So here also, when I get filter buttons with Control Shift L, Control Shift L is a shortcut key which is available for filter buttons, but it will also provide us the sorting operations, which were possibly seen when we go with that particular tab group. Now you can see A to Z, Z to A. You can see the designation, designations are also sorted. You can see the dates and you can see the salary. Let's sort the data on the basis of names in the alphabetical order. So you can see the names has been sorted in alphabetical order, and the entire row with respect to that order has been sorted. It's not like only the name column being sorted as same. It is sorting the entire row with respect to the level where it stands. So you can see the employee numbers are jumbled up. So I have sorted the data with respect to the full name. Over here, where are you? So this was the first sorting operations which we did. Now let's say I want to sort the names and let's sort the departments. So if I do department Z to A, now you can see the sorting is possibly available on department, and you can see there is a symbol which shows that sorting is possibly available over here. So there is an arrow which shows that it's a descending order which is there from highest to lowest. This is what it is shown. But I first did sorting on this. So when I'm trying to sort on this, the sort option which I tried to use over here is not there. So is it like I cannot sort two columns at once with this particular option? No, you cannot sort two columns at once with this particular option. We'll see how we can do with respect to sorting multiple columns together and getting a result set. But if I try to sort the date, let's say oldest to newest, so the oldest employee, then the newest employee, the oldest date formats with respect to the higher date, this is what it has sorted over here. I can also do with respect to salaries as such, that is smallest to largest and largest to smallest. So let me do Control Z to bring back to normal format. So this was how it was initially to me with respect to the formats where the employee numbers were sorted. Now I want to sort multiple columns together. Now how do I sort multiple columns together? You cannot do by this approach which we saw, that when I try to sort employee name with respect to A to Z and then the salary with respect to largest to smallest, that's not togetherly possible for us. So here you can see the sorting is possibly available only on one column. But what if I want to apply it for multiple columns? I'll not choose this approach. I will customize the sort. So that operation is known as multi-level sorting. Now what is a multi-level sorting? That was sort will be with respect to multiple levels, the multiple criteria which you give. Okay. So let's try to see how we can possibly do the multi-level sorting which is there. So here also there is an option of custom sort. In the home tab, editing group, you can see that there is an option related to custom sort. Here also, if you can see, there is sort by color, which can also give you an approach of custom sort. Let's go with that approach with respect to over here. So let's say custom sort. I have given custom sort. Now first it is asking sort by. Let's say first I want to sort on the basis of department. So I'll take the department name. So there is a department. So it has sorted first on the basis of department. Now you can see there are criteria which are there. Cell value, cell color, font color, conditional formatting, icon. Now I don't want to sort basis on the formats or anything. I want to sort on the basis of the values available into the cell. So how I could do? I'll take this cell values, and here there is an option that how do I want to sort it? Do I want to sort it from A to Z or do I want to sort it from Z to A? So here I'll take it A to Z and I'll do OK. If I apply, so this sorting on the department has happened on the basis of A to Z. So I could possibly do that by the basic operation as well. So what is a customized sort helpful for us, or what kind of analysis or what kind of sorting levels we can add with respect to customized sort? Let's try to see. So I'll go in custom sort again, and you can see there is sort by option which I have given. And here there are multiple options in terms of them. As I discussed, it will be multi-level sorting, which means another criteria with respect to sorting would be mentioned. Now that another criteria is known as a level. If I want to add another level, you could see I have added another criteria with respect to sorting operation. If I want to delete it, I could possibly delete it. If I want to copy the above approach below, I can do it. And there are rest of the options possibly available. If I want to shuffle up above and shuffle the below, that could also be possibly there. Now, let me try to delete and add a level. So if I add a level, so if you can see sort by department values, what I want to sort on the basis of cell values, what is the sorting operation or order which I require, that is A to Z. What if I take now then by, means first it will sort on the basis of department, then it is going to sort on the basis of the salaries which are there. So then by, then what? Then by the annual salary which I have considered. Now again, I want to sort on the basis of cell values, so I'll keep the cell values. If you want to change it, you can change it on the basis of formats if you want to do. So there is something called as smallest to largest. Let me do largest to smallest. So there is smallest to largest to smallest, and then there is something called as custom list. But I want to do largest to smallest. So that I have done, and I do OK. You could see the department names are sorted. The first condition is the department names to be sorted in ascending order, and you could see the department customer service has been sorted in ascending order. So here there is annual salary, and the salary on the basis of department has also been sorted. But if you saw that what we had sort by department, so first it has sorted on the department, then by salary. Now what is then by criteria means that the salary of that repeated department is being sorted into descending order. Now how does that means? If you could see 68,000, 50,000, 45,000, 40,000, there is 70,000 coming below. If I sort it in with respect to descending order, so it should come above, but it's sort by department, then by annual salary. So first it has sorted on the basis of department, the group of the repeated values of the departments, salary has been sorted in terms of descending order. So here if you can see, for this particular group, whatever the salary was of the employee has been sorted into the descending order. So this is a multi-level sorting which will help us to sort the data, to sort the outcome in terms of generating a proper analysis for the same. So this is how multi-level sorting works. So if I want to give another level, I can go over here, customize the sort. Now let me go over here, customize the sort. So I have customized the sort, I'll do Control Z. So the sorting or Control Z, the sorting has been removed. So let me go and again analyze the customized sort option. So I'll go over here, custom the sort, and you could see what is the customized sort which I required. Let's say department, cell values A to Z. I'll add a level. Now department and let's say the designation of the employee, and that I want Z to A basis on the designations which are there. And then again one level. That level is with respect to the salaries. Now let's say the salaries with respect to largest and smallest. So I could add multiple levels in terms of my sorting. So it's like sort by, then by, and then by. So it is level by level sorting happening, and this makes the analysis or the organization of the data proper in terms of representation as well as in terms of understanding for delivering certain outcomes. So here you can see 3 columns have been sorted, that is department, designation, and the salary which was there. So this was all about multi-level sorting with respect to cell values. But what if I want to sort not on the basis of cell values but the colors in the cell? Now, what does it mean with respect to colors in the cell? Now, let's say I give this. I select this and let me give some conditional formatting. Now, you must be familiar what is conditional formatting. It will format the cells, that is for sure, but not for all of them. It is only formatting for only those where the conditions or the criteria which you mention are satisfied. So let me get the conditional formatting and I'll go in highlight cell rules. Wherever the salaries are, let's say, greater than, considering average, wherever the salaries are greater than 70,000, I want it to be colored in green. So let me have a color. I'll go in custom format. I'll fill and this color is green. Okay, I'll go in font. I'll make it bold. The font color I want it in black and I do okay. So you could see that format has been there. So wherever the salaries were greater than 70,000, I have formatted in green color. Similarly, I'll try to format the salaries which are, let's say, between, let's say, the lower value as I say 50,000 to 70,000, and I'll give a color as yellow. So I'll do custom format again. I'll do bold. I'll change the color of the text, let's say black. I'll go in fill and in that fill let me take this orange color and I do okay. You could see that format has been added and less than 50,000 into red. So I'll go in conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, less than what? Less than 50,000. I want to format it in red, so I'll go in this. I will take font color, make it bold, make the font color as black, and then I want to fill it with red color. Okay, and this is a conditional formatting which I have given. Now I don't want to format the values with respect to the values or the cell elements or the numeric ranges. I want to format or I want to sort them on the basis. Now, as you saw that we have formatted the data based on the condition. Now let's try to sort the elements. Not specifically by the cell values, but now it's specifically the formats which I have given. As I have given the formats such as red for the annual salaries which are less than $50,000, given yellow for the salaries which are within $50,000 to $70,000 and greater than 70,000, let's say green in color. Now I don't want to format with respect to the values, I want to format with respect to the cell colors. So how I will do it is, I'll go in custom format again, over here in custom sort. So I'll go over here in terms of custom sort, and in this custom sort you could see that it has options. Again the same, that I don't want to add a level, let's take an annual salary. Now with respect to cell values, I don't want cell values, I want the cell color, so the color of the cell. Now you could see what is there, annual salary, cell color, and the color is possibly available to us. So whatever cell colors are available in that particular column are given to me. So there was red color, yellow color, and the green color. So let me take yellow on top. Now you want it on top or you want it at bottom, it will be mentioned. Now I'll add another level. Now what's another level? That is annual salary again. Now on the basis of cell color. Now I want it, let's say green, and then I'll add this. I wanted an annual salary, then I wanted a cell color, and you could see this. And if I do okay, so first what it is giving me, it is giving me all the salaries with respect to the format. Now what was the format which was given by me? That I want the first values to be there from the yellow color cells. So I have given all the yellow color cells, and that color cells have been given to me as the first element in terms of sorting. Similarly, then I have mentioned the green color cells, and then there is a red color cell element. Now you could see, based on the same format, this formatting or this sorting has happened. So this was a sorting not on the basis of the values, but on the basis of the cell colors or the colors which are there. I can also format on the base. I can also sort the data on the basis of the font colors or the conditional formatting icons. But this is how sorting works. So if I do Control Z, I can remove all the conditional formatting. Let's say Control Y. I can remove all the conditional formatting which was possibly available for us. So here I have tried to remove all the conditional formatting as well as the sorting which I tried. So here we understood that how a sorting happens. We can sort the data on the basis of one particular column with respect to ascending, descending. We sorted the data with respect to multiple levels or multiple columns or multiple criteria, as we can say, with respect to ascending, descending, or however you required. And then we tried to sort with respect to customized sorting, but not with respect to cell values, but with cell colors taken into consideration. So this is how we have seen that how our sorting works with respect to this. But there is one more part of sorting. When I was discussing, sorting means arranging the data with ascending or arranging the data elements with respect to descending. So now there is one more level of sorting which we can do. That's a customized approach. Now imagine the departments are human resources, marketing, finance, sales, information technology, operations, customer service, and so on. I don't want it to be sorted. If I sort them in ascending order, if I give the filter buttons Control Shift L, and if I sort them in ascending order, you could see this is how it has been sorted. But I don't want customer service to come in the beginning. I want it to be there at the end or somewhere below, but I don't want it to be there at the very initial phase. I want the finance, I want the information technology, I want the marketing to be at the upper end. But if I do with A to Z, this is how the format looks like. If I do from Z to A, this is how the format looks like. But I am not happy with ascending or descending option, that is A to Z or Z to A. So I want my values or my particular level of sort, that I want first this element, then that element, irrespective of its ascending or descending. So if I want to do something like that, let me do Control Z and remove the basic sort. Here I go from this and sort by color. There is a custom sort option. In this, I'll add, let's say, department. Cell values. Now in the order section, you can see it's not A to Z. It's not Z to A only. There is one more option which is called as custom list, which will help me to customize a list and show it in the outcome as I require. Let's see how does it works. So here you can see there are multiple lists which are available at my end. This is what I had created. You all must be also having till this basic ones. So let me customize the entries that based on that value I want. So the first one I want, like finance is the first department which is required to me. I need to know the department names, let's say information technology. Now, let's say quality assurance was something. And then there is research and development. Then there is, let's say, production. Then there is something marketing. So I'm giving the elements or the level in which I want to sort the data. So this is my customized approach which I will do. That it's not on the basis of ascending to descending, it's not on the basis of any cell value, cell color. I am giving a specific list that in this list I want to format, I want to sort my elements. So here I am giving, now there are still more departments which are there. So what will happen? First, so this list would be created, and if I do sorting on the basis of this list, so data would be sorted in that order, and whatever are the pending entries would be sorted in ascending order. Let's see how. Let me first add this list. So it is added into my element. I do okay. You could see now the order is not A to Z. Now the order is not Z to A. It's according to the list of values which I want to sort it. I do okay, and you could see first I mentioned finance, so related to finance. Then I mentioned information technology, then there was quality assurance, research and development, production, marketing. Now after marketing I didn't mention anything, so the rest of the departments are sorted with respect to ascending. So you could see customer services, human resources, operations, sales have been sorted in that order. So here, what did we try to understand? That sorting is not possibly in terms of Excel only with respect to arranging the elements either in largest to smallest or smallest to largest or ascending or descending. It could also be customized with respect to the cell colors, with respect to the list of entries which you require. So this was all about sorting, that how does a sorting operation works, how do we sort the data, how do we analyze the sort approaches, how do we implement the sorting criteria for multi-level sorting, and so on. So that's all about sorting. So I hope it is understandable. As we now understood the sorting related operations, now sorting was something related to organization, arrangement, or getting the data into an arranged format. But when it comes to filtering, now the approach or the meaning of filtering means filtering out the data, filtering out the elements. Now obviously if you want to filter out the elements, there will be certain criterias and conditions which are required. Let's say I want to see the data, analyze the data only for sales department. Now I don't want all the entries, I have a criteria, and that criteria is department as sales, and I just need to filter out the data based on that criteria, that is nothing but sales. So if I want to do that analysis or that type of organization or that type of approaches, I have an option known as filtering. Now filtering, there are lots of filtering operations. We have a simple filtering approach or we have an advanced filtering approach. Let's see one by one. But what is filtering? Filtering is a quick way and easy way to find and subset your data in a specific range or in a given criteria. A filtering range displays one row, it meets, or a specific number of rows, specific columns which you want to showcase when you filter the data. So there are lots of filtering options. There is a simple filtering option, there is an advanced filtering operation which is possibly available to us, and if you can see in image, I can filter out the data and get a proper result set for the same. So if we want to discuss something about filtering, let's try to understand that. So with the same data taken into consideration, let's try to understand the filtering operation. Now what is a filtering operation? Filtering operation, as said, it is a good way to subset my data. Now what is the meaning of subset? Grouping them, parting them. Now grouping, parting, or creating sections of my data based on what? Based on a criteria, based on a condition. So how I will apply a filter? As you could see, in my data there is editing tab as we discussed during the sorting operations, and in that there is sort and filter option. Many people say sort and filter are same, but it's not. So when I click on this, you can see there is a filter button available for us, but there is a shortcut key for the same. If you can see on the screen, the shortcut key is Control Shift and L. How I can do? I do Control Shift and L. I can click on that, or I do Control Shift L to remove the sort or the filter buttons, Control Shift L to add the filter buttons which are required. Now if I want to filter, as I said, I don't want to see the information related to all the departments. I just want to see information related to sales as a department. So when I go in the sales as a criteria, you can see there are options which I can select from them, let's say sales, marketing and so on. So that I can select. So let's say I'll do unselect. I'll go and do sales. But with respect to sales as a filter, you can see there are more filters available. That is known as a text filter. Now the data into my department column is a textual data. So obviously the filtering operations which I will be possibly working upon, it's a text related operations or the text filters which are there. So text filters equal to, does not equals to and so on. So I can do it, but let's say sales and I do OK. You could see all the cells are not possibly shown to me. The data has been filtered out. Now filtered out means it has filtered and only the necessary condition has been given to me in the outcome. So what was my required result set? That I want to analyze data or information only for the department as sales, and for that only it's possibly available to us. And you could see a filter button there, and with that filter button it's a filter being activated on the same. Now the other column, now the other rows, what do you think? So are they possibly gone from my system or from my Excel? No, they are probably hidden. Why? Because they are not showing any specific criteria which I want as true. So it has been hidden. So you can see first row, then there is fifth, then there is 15th, which means the row numbers within does not have a criteria as sales to be true. Now there is 25, which means within sales also does not have that criteria to be true, which was sales. Now there is 35, so you can see it was not being satisfied with all rows. There were certain rows of them, there were certain rows which were satisfying that criteria, there were certain rows which were satisfying the condition. So here if I want to remove the filter, I can easily remove it from here. So as filtering, as I said, as I discussed, that if you want to see certain filtered outcome, certain specific outcome, you can use the filtering operations. Now with respect to text, we saw that text filters and that basic filters, the selective filters are available to us. With respect to dates, what kind of filters are available to us? A date filter. And you could see the date has been given in terms of what? In terms of a hierarchy. Now what's a hierarchy? One level below another. Now if you could see, the data was everything belonging from 2023. So the entire information is from 2023. If there was another year, I could get that. Now if you want to see all the employees joining, all the employees who had joined on, let's say, all the employees who had joined on February, if I want to see that analysis, I could easily do that. So you can see these are the 2 employees who had joined in the month of what? February for the year 2023. So if I remove, so it's going to show me all the basic information which was there into my table. So filtering helps in terms of filtering out the data, filtering out the result set and getting a proper outcome for the same. Now if let's say I go on numbers, and you can see numbers there are lots of operations available. Now I want to find out those employees' salary, their annual salary, which is less than $60,000. obviously I'll not go and do one check. Jaise in the first value it's 40,000, yes it's less than 60,000. The second value 42, yes it's less than 60. 45 less than 60. 48 less than 60. 50 less than 60. 52, 55, 56, so on. It's a lot of manual task which I am trying to do, but I don't want to do that approach. So there is something called as number filters which I can take help of. Now what are number filters? Number filters will help me to add a criteria or a condition in terms of filtering instead of selecting one value. So here if you see equals to, does not equals to, greater than, less than equals to, less than equals to, between, top 10, average, above average, below average, that is available. Now let's say as per my condition my salaries must be greater than 60,000. Now greater than 60,000 is what I want. Sorry, less than 60,000 is what I want. So here you can see it's 60,000, it's less than. There is something called as and or. Now and or will be required when I have multiple criteria. As of now it's not required for us. But here you can see there are other options available which I can consider from this. So 60,000 let's say, and I do OK. You could see that yes, the data element has been fetched where the salary is greater than 60,000. Yes, if you can see the outcome, it has fetched where the salary is less than 60,000. So this was the use case of number filters. I can clear it. If you want to find out the salaries which are greater than the average salary, obviously I need to find out the average value for the same. So I'll go over here, control shift down. You can see quick calculations which is there. So what's the average salary? 55,150 is the average salary. I want to filter out those salaries which are greater than the average salaries, or those employees details which are greater than the average salary. So what I could possibly do is, I'll go over here, there is a number filter. So I got 55,150 as an average, so I can do greater than or equals to, but I can also do above average. Here I don't need to calculate the average value, it will calculate on itself. So if I do above average, so it is giving me salary on the basis of above average. If I do below average, instead of above, if I do below average, it is going to give me the salary below average value. Now let me clear this off. So I have cleared the filter. So if you could see that there was annual salary which was related to that particular criteria, that particular condition. Now if I want to apply filters or filtering operation based on the department. Now I don't want to specifically select a particular department, I want to go with a text filter approach. So let's see what are the different text filter approaches available to us. If I go over here, you can see we have a text filters as equals to, does not equals to, begins with, ends with, contains, does not contains, and then there is a customize filter option. Now let's say I do begins with let's say H. Now I don't know the department name, but I know definitely that it is going to begin with H. So I'm doing OK, and here you can see it is going to show me all the departments which are beginning with what? H. If I do control Z, if I say that I want a text filter where the value begins with R. So here you can see which department is available for us, the research and development. Now similarly, if I try to remove the filter, if I say that it should begins with H or it should begins with O and it should end with S. I have a criteria, it should begin with O and ends with S. So there is and, that it should beginning with O and it should have an end with the help of S. So begins with, if you can see, begins with what? O. Now there is an option of and or, which you can select. So and, let's say if I do and, so it will check a criteria that it is beginning with O, first check true, correct. Then the next criteria would be checked that is it ending with R, so that's another check. If both the conditions are true, the answer is going to be true. If any one condition is false, there is no particular outcome given for the same. So let's see. And let's say I do ends with what? S. So the name of the department should begin with O and end with S. So if I do this, so which department is following that criteria? It's operation department. That it's beginning with O as a criteria and ending with S as a criteria. Now I can go over here in terms of text filter, customize, and if I do or. Now what is the purpose of or? Or means either it should begin with O or it is ending with S. Any one amongst the condition could be satisfied. So what I can expect from here? So here you can see human resources. It's obviously not beginning with O, but definitely it is ending with S. Sales, it is obviously not beginning with O, but definitely ending with S. Operations, human resources, sales and operations, where the department where they are either beginning with O or ending with S. So this was the approach of and or the customized approach, a customized filter in terms of your Excel. So I can remove the filter as such. Now can I apply multiple filters at once? Because at once when we tried to do sort, it was giving me an approach where we had to customize and then sort on the basis of multiple columns. But can I sort directly on the multiple columns? Yes. Let's say I want to sort first the departments. I want to sort the customer service, the finance, the marketing and the production department. So there are 4 departments selected by me which I want to sort. Now I do this, so the data is possibly available only for those 4 criteria which I want. So the data is possibly sorted, the data is possibly filtered on the basis of the 4 criteria or the 4 condition which I mentioned. So other values or other cell elements will not be possibly available for us, because I want the filtering of my data based on the 4 criteria mentioned. So after that I want to just observe the certain elements, let's say a financial manager or a financial analyst or a customer associate as such. So I want only specific elements or the specific designation. So let's say a finance manager, I'll take a financial analyst, and let's say a junior financial analyst. These are the 3 elements which I want to be filtered out. Now how that will help? First the data would be filtered on the basis of department, then the data would be filtered on the basis of the designations, which are financial analyst, manager and the junior financial analyst. If you could see, you can see the finance department has all those approach, and the filter is applicable on the 2 columns which are mentioned above. Now if I say that the salary must be greater than 50,000, so if I go in number filters and I do greater than what? Greater than 50,000. So greater than 50,000, you can see this is how it has been sorted. So you could see this is how. So this is how the data has been filtered out on the basis of multiple columns, on the basis of multiple criterias. Now in terms of sorting, that was not directly available for us, but in terms of filtering, we can directly do this approach when I want to filter out the data based on multiple criterias or multiple conditions at once. So if I want to remove all the filters, I'll go in filters and I'll remove the filter. You can see the data is as normal as it was at the initial stage without the filter operations which are there. So this was about the filtering operations which we do with the help of basic filter approaches. So till now we have discussed about the basic filter operations which we could possibly do. But one of the drawback of filter, it could be that when it filters the result set, it is hiding certain elements. It's not showing us somewhere other, or it is not showing us at a different location that what data has been filtered out and what was the base data which was taken into consideration. So that taking that approach into consideration, let's try to see another approach in terms of filtering. Now what is this another approach? So here if you could see, I am creating another column, let's say department, and I'll definitely choose the same names. So let's say I'll copy this and I do department. So department what? Let's say I want to filter on the basis of a finance department. So I want to filter the data on the basis of finance department. So if I do by the basic filter operation, let me apply Control Shift L and I do department as finance. So you could see that the data possibly available to me is related to the finance department. So these are the employees who are belonging in the finance department. Now the other elements of my data source has been hidden. There is no other place where this approach is shown, or there is no other location where this result set is stored. So if I want to store my result set at a different location and my base data form remains the same, for that particular approach, let me try out something called as advanced filter. So first let me remove the filtering part which is there. So what I will try to do is, I'll keep my cursor within the table and in the data tab there is an approach. You can see this filter is available because I have written Control Shift and L. I have used Control Shift L. So here in this we have advanced filter operation available. So I'll go in advanced. You can see filter the list in same place. Now what is the meaning of filter the list in the same place? That it will filter out the elements and it will be at that location itself. It is not going to show me the result set at a different location. But I want the result set to be there at a different location. So I'll do copy to another location. Now copy to another location in this criteria. Now what's the criteria which I required? The criteria is this. That is, now over there, that column name is very important, because from the base table it will try to check the column name and the value which you want to match. You want to match on the basis of finance, so it will be checking on the basis of finance. So it has considered. Now copy to. Let's say I want to copy to this particular cell or this particular value. You could see I can copy at that particular instance and I do OK. So when I want to filter on the basis of finance department, and you could possibly see that the data which is filtered out is on the basis of what? On the basis of the finance department. If you can see. So this has been filtered out on the basis of a finance department, but the result set is not available at the same place where the data was there, or other set of rows are not hidden. The result set is available to us at a different location. So that helps to analyze it very precisely, very appropriately. So this is how you do. Now if I want the department name starting from F, so how I would do it, let me clear this out. So I'll do this. For clearing all the cells, you can go to the editing में clear option. Now in this there are multiple options available. Let's say clear all. Clear all will remove everything from the selected cells. Clear format will only remove the formats. Clear contents will remove the contents and everything which is possibly there with the help of delete key. Let me do clear all and everything is cleared. Now I want to filter out the departments which are starting with F. Or let's not take department, let's take designation, because there are lots of designations which are there. So designations which are starting with F. Now what is the meaning of starting with F? Means I don't know what is a particular title or what is a particular designation. I know that the designation of the employee starts with F. So I have written F and then star. As I discussed, that star means n number of elements after that character. So how I would do it? It would be the same approach. I'll keep my cursor over here, go in the data tab, there is an advanced option. Here I don't want at same location, criteria. What is the criteria? This is the criteria. Copy, where do I want to copy? I want to copy over here and this. So you see, now the column name was designation, but I have written what designations. The column names were not matched, and because of that the criteria has not given a specific outcome for us. So let's try to do again. So advanced filter, I'll keep my cursor on this, control shift down and right. So there is the criteria which I want. So this is a criteria, and here copy to. Now you can see I have to do copy to another cell. Where do I want to copy? I want to copy here, and I do OK. So now you can see the employee ID has been extracted. Just a second. So now if you see that I want to sort the data on the basis of designation which are starting with F. So how I will proceed is, I'll go first, I'll keep my cursor in this, I'll go in data tab again, advanced, and here if you see criteria, this is a criteria which I want, copy to another location. So it will give me the location where I want to copy, extract, and I do OK. So here if you can see the designations of the employees. Now this hash is not an error, it is not fitting into the column width. So the designation of employee, I was not knowing it's financial analyst or financial manager. I was just knowing that the designation is starting with F. So here it has extracted that for me. Now let me clear it off. So let me select the entire thing and let me go in clear, and I do this and I do clear all. So I want the designation starting with F, or it should have something related to manager mention, which means the manager as an approach could be at the beginning, could be at the end, or it could be in the middle, but I want a manager word to be available into my text. So how I will proceed further, that is, I'll write star. Star means I don't know how many characters are there before manager. It could be 0 characters, it could be n number of characters as well. And I'll write what, manager, and I do star. So here if you see F star, that is either the designation should start with F or the designation should have a word known as manager. Now this statement or this approach is or, that in that column the designation can either be starting with F or the manager, or the word in the designation must be manager. So how I will proceed with this is, I'll go over here, I'll go in data tab, there is advanced, and copy to another cell. You can see the entire table has been selected. What is the criteria range? Now the criteria range which I required is this. So this is the criteria range. Now what is to copy? I want to copy it here, and I do OK. You can see the filtered outcome is what? The filtered outcome is related to a HR manager. I didn't mention that I want HR manager or anything starting with H or HR, but according to the second criteria, what it was, that there should be manager as a word available or mentioned anywhere within the text information which is there. So here you can see the data has considered. When you write one below another, it's an OR approach. Now what is the meaning of OR approach? OR approach means either that or this from that particular column. So either designation as starting with F or the designation name should have manager as a word written in them. And the outcome which we have got, you can see the designations which are starting with F are available, but also the designation which has somewhere manager mentioned in them. So this was the OR approach of my advanced filter. When you write one below another in that particular column, that's an OR. So let me remove this. If I do Control A, I want to remove the entire, I want to make this cells empty, so I'll do clear all, and here I want anywhere in the designation to be mentioned as manager. So this cursor will help me to just move the cell above. So as we had three cursor, one is to select, another is to drag, and the third cursor is just to move the values to particular cells. So it is just moving the elements or moving the cells. Now I want the annual salary. As the column names needs to be matched, so I am just copying it up over here. Annual salary. Now what do I want? The designation must be having something called as manager, and I want and approach. So whenever there is and approach, you write one after another or one besides another over here. So what's an and approach? That I want the salaries to be greater than, so I'll write greater than what? 50,000. So what is my criteria in order to filter the data? The criteria is you have to filter the outcomes on the basis of the designation being having a word such as manager anywhere within, and the annual salary to be or must be greater than 50,000. So it's an and approach. When you write one besides another, that's an and. When you write one below another, that's an or. So here what do I want? I want an and operation. So let me keep my cursor over here. I'll go in data tab, I'll go in advanced, I'll go to copy to another cell, and here let me remove the cell range and this, and let me bring it back again. So the table is this for us. So this is the entire table which is being selected. What is the criteria range? Criteria range falls over here for me. So if it is written designation consisting something related to manager and annual salary greater than 50,000, so it's an and approach when you write one besides another. So copy to, where do I want to copy it? I want to copy it here. I do OK, and that's it. You could see that the designations which are having something related to manager is being extracted, and the salaries of those employees where the annual salary is greater than 50,000 has been extracted. So both the conditions are satisfied and maintained over here. So this is what? This is an and approach with respect to the advanced filtering operations which we do. So this was how an advanced filtering operation works, and it helps me to get the result set at a different level or at a different column which is there. So this is how our advanced filtering works. Now what if that I want this result set to be available into another cell, another sheet. So I have shift Fn F11 which will add another sheet for me. So let me shift the sheet. So here this is the sorting and filtering, and I want this result, the result which I got over here, I want this result to be available in the sheet. So here if you see, I'll go over here, I will do advance. I want to copy to another location. So this is a cell, this is a criteria. Now instead of location, criteria range, let me select again. So this is a selected range. Now I want to copy to another cell. So I am going over here. I am not selecting any cell over here. I am going to the sheet 1 and I am selecting this and I do OK. It's going to show me error. Now what's this error? You can only copy filtered data to the active sheet. Now what is the active sheet? Active sheet is where the cursor is there. Now my active sheet where the cursor was there when I started the operation was sorting and filtering. Sheet 1 was a new sheet which I created. So I cannot copy this, but how I can do this operation? Let's make this sheet active. So I'll keep my cursor over here. I'll go in advanced filtering, copy, and here list range. What I'll do, I'll select list range, I'll go in sorting and filtering sheet, and from that I'll select control shift down, control shift right, so that's been selected. And then you have criteria. Where is the criteria? The criteria is still in sorting and filtering. I'll go and I'll select. So criteria is selected. Now copy to. Where do I want to copy to? I want to copy it over here, and that's it, and I do OK. So when I do this, you could see that the outcome, the filtered outcome or the filtered result which I have has been filtered out and made it available to the another sheet. So if you want to do that approach, first make that sheet active by just pressing the cursor and do the same operations which we did in terms of getting the outcome or the filtered outcome stored in another sheet. So this was all about the advanced filters which we wanted to discuss. So here we understood that what are the basic filters, how the basic filters implement. There are certain things related to text filters, number filters and so on. And then we also understood that how is the advanced filter approach working and how do we solve certain criteria or help to get certain result sets with the help of advanced filter. So this was all about the filter operations or the filtering criteria which are available to us in terms of the group approach. So this was all about the filtering operations or filtering task which we could do with respect to Excel.
After understanding the interface, the tabs which were available to us, let's understand certain terminologies which Microsoft Excel does have. As said, cell, a rectangular box or a block which we have in our worksheet. The cells can be color coded, which means I can format them accordingly. I want to give certain different colors or I want to color them according to certain conditions. I can do it over here. Short text, I can type in text whatever I want. I can have lots of options which are available over here in terms of writing text. Then numbers, as you saw now in the example, I wrote certain numbers and formulas over there that were possibly available and the outcomes of calculation. As we saw that when we calculated the value, the cell was showing me the outcome. The formula bar was showing me the formula, but the cell shows me the outcome of the calculation which is being there. So based on the operation, an active cell is currently open cell for editing. So wherever your cursor is or wherever your name cell is or name box is, that's an active cell, and that's a cell where you will definitely add the editing option at that particular instance. Now, proceeding further, we had an Excel workbook. So Excel workbook relates to Excel spreadsheet record. It includes all the data that has been listed, sorted, and calculated. A Excel workbook that is available to be seen and edited by various users on a network is recognized as a shared workbook. So if many people are shared with that one workbook, it's called as a shared workbook, and that will be accessible to all of them. Then there is something called as worksheet. Now, definitely a book will have a sheet, and this a sheet available into workbook is known as worksheet. Inside the workbook is where we get documents called worksheets, also recognized as spreadsheet. A user can have multiple worksheets in a single workbook. Then there is a workspace. Now, what's a workspace? I can have lots of Excel workbooks stored within my Excel. So that's a space from where I can select any workbook which I want, or I can create a new. So it's very similar to worksheets in a workbook. A workspace enables user to open numerous files simultaneously. Now, when I talk upon formula bar, the formula bar displays the data of an active cells. We saw now what's a formula bar. So when I put my cursor onto the cell, when there is a value associated in the cell, a value was shown in the formula bar. But when there was a calculation being associated with the cell, a calculation has been shown. So in case of formulas, the formula bar will showcase all the components of the formula. Now there is a toolbar as said, quick access toolbar. So the toolbar that holds quick shortcuts like save, undo, and redo. They are called as quick access toolbars. So certain tools will be quickly available to you. There are certain options which are dynamically available into certain versions of Excel. Initially, when the Excel was invented into market, these options were not so primarily used. But nowadays, these options are very primarily used. The very first is charts. Now, what are charts? A graphical representation of your data. Let's say tomorrow you're creating a data or you have lots of information and you want to analyze, you want to understand the trends, you want to understand the patterns which are being followed. Just by observing numbers, it becomes too difficult to understand that what are the trends, what are the patterns, how the data is showing a dip, how the data is showing a rise. So charts can help us to visualize that information graphically. So charts, an object that displays visually or graphically data validation. Now, as said, that into Excel sheet, I can load any data. In any cell, any data can go. But what if I want to restrict? That this cell will have values such as A, B, C, this cells will have numbers, this cell is going to have ages according to certain criterias. So if I want to validate the data before being entered, the new option which is available to us is data validation, which will validate the data before being entering into the sheet. So this features of MS Excel helps to limit incorrect data from being inserted into the worksheet. Data validation aids consistency and precision of the data to be used or entered within the sheet. Now we saw lots of ribbons which are available. So ribbon over the workbook is a section of command tabs named ribbon. Several options are present behind every tab of the ribbon. That as you see when I'm clicking on different ribbons, the ribbon is showing certain options, certain controls, or the changes of values within the same. So these were certain terminologies which we need to know and understand before proceeding with Excel as a tool or how to use Excel.
Like this video, subscribe to our channel and comment on the concept you want to learn next.